Should come out now.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. The time is now 9:07. My name is Jerry Ledoux. I'm chairing today. To my left is Mr. Chuck Tillett. To my right, Carolyn Stapleton. We have staff here at headquarters that are in support today. Our remote site is Claiborne Detention Center. Would the staff there at Claiborne identify yourself, please?
Guy Hayes, 290810.
I'm asking for staff at this point. Are there any staff for Claiborne there?
Yes, ma'am.
They action for staff.
Hi,
Hi, good morning. Could you identify yourself for the record?
Melanie Moss, the warden here at Claiborne Parish Detention Center.
Thank you. I'll be calling on you in a little bit. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So the first offender that we're going to be hearing today, sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
That's you.
Guy Hayes, 290810.
So, Mr. Hayes, you heard me introduce the panel to you. Today, we're going to conduct this hearing, and I'll give you a kind of guideline. I'm going to read some information into the file, and then we're going to allow you to make some statements, and then we'll have your supporters who are present and wish to speak, or on Zoom and wish to speak, and then we have those in opposition. And then Ms. Stapleton will be leading our questioning. Sir, I find that you are a second-class offender. You are currently serving a 40-year sentence for manslaughter ×4. You have a parole eligibility date 9/10/2024, adjusted good time date 5/22/2044, and a full term date of 9/10/2044. Does that sound correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The first thing I'd like to do, Mr. Hayes, is ask a question that we ask every offender. Could you tell this panel why you're before us today, what you did to get yourself where you are, and why we should consider early release?
One of the things I like to say first is that I'm part of a crime, and I accept full responsibility for that crime. And I like to apologize to the victims, the family members, whoever that affected throughout that crime. But during that crime, it wasn't as if I intended to commit that crime. I became part of a crime, and it wasn't nothing like that I intended to do. There's really no way to explain the nature of that crime.
Okay. And why do you think we should provide you with early release today?
One of the things throughout this incarceration, when I came to prison on that crime, I realized that I had to make changes with my life. And one of the things I've done, I dedicated my whole life in the was rehabilitating myself. I mean, I dedicated my life to God through the process of that. For the years now that I've been incarcerated, I used my experience to really start working with others. And there came a point in my life to where my actions, they really weren't unexplainable. I couldn't understand what was going on with myself. I took every initiative to make change, every class I could come across. As I went to learning the things that I needed to repair with my life from my actions, I went to working with others. Since then, it's been years. That's all I've been doing, dedicating my life to the compound to make sure that the other younger brothers, they don't make the same decisions that I made or go wrong with their life where I went wrong. And I intend when I get out to continue on that mission.
We have members joining us via Zoom that wish to speak in your favor at this time. Talib Logan, who is the Muslim Reentry Initiative. He wishes to speak. We'll start there. Sir, you can go ahead and just make your comments to the panel. I'm sorry, you're still on mute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First off, I want to thank the parole board for allowing us to be here and allowing us this opportunity to speak for Guy Hayes. My name is Talib Logan, as it was stated. I represent Muslim Reentry Initiative, or MRI. MRI is a community organization that's dedicated to supporting incarcerated and formerly incarcerated individuals. We wholeheartedly endorse Guy Hayes for early release on parole. During his incarceration, Mr. Hayes has demonstrated exceptional commitment to personal growth and spiritual development. His exemplary behavior, dedication to Islamic studies, and positive influence on his peers have earned our utmost respect. Muslim Reentry Initiative is committed to providing comprehensive support for Mr. Hayes' successful reintegration into society. Our support services will include, but aren't limited to, spiritual guidance, mentorship, employment assistance, education and training, community reconnection, and housing if needed. We confidently attest that Mr. Hayes has shown that he possesses the character, resilience, and determination necessary for a productive life outside the walls. We respectfully urge you to grant Guy Hayes parole and entrust him to our care, and together we will ensure his seamless transition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And where do you have housing? Where are you located?
In the New Orleans area, we have housing located on both the east and the west bank of New Orleans.
Okay, thank you. Also in support today and wishing to speak is Norris Henderson. Mr. Henderson.
Good morning. I am again very supportive of Mr. Hayes' reentry. We actually have, just like Philip was saying initially, we have all the wraparound services that Mr. Hayes would need on both sides of the river, West Bank and the East Bank. Matter of fact, the house on the West Bank, we just opened up a couple of weeks ago, but we've been having the first 72 for the last 10 years. That's a transitional house for men coming in the metropolitan New Orleans area. Ms. Ledoux, you're very familiar with me and the work that I do and have done over the last 20-something years that I've been out from incarceration. So I would just urge that the board really consider releasing Mr. Hayes on parole, because he have the things that he needs. He has the qualities. He have, what's the word I'm looking for? He have reconciled with the situation that caused him to be in prison. And I am very certain that given the opportunity to join, society again and be a part of our community, that he will continue to grow and develop as an individual. And so I ask this board to really consider releasing Mr. Hayes to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here at headquarters, we have Renee Williams. And if you'll approach the podium and you can speak directly to
the sister to Guy's mother. And Guy has been in my life since birth. And we grew up as a very, very loving kid. He has always demonstrated love for the family. We're very close with family. We will support him in any way necessary. Throughout his incarceration, I have spoken to him over the time. And he has always demonstrated to me that if he gets an opportunity to come back home to us, he will live a very good life. And he wants to pay it forward and mentor other kids, younger kids, youth, and so forth, to show them the way and to show them what a split-second decision can do to your life. We as a family are very loving, like I said, and we will do anything in our power to give Guy a good home, a job, a place to live, food, clothing, everything that he needs to get started and get back into the community, which he looks forward to do. I love him with all my heart. And I ask you to please, this is his mother, my sister. She's having some health issue, and she just wants to get her son back home. And I'm so sorry. I prayed about this so that this one, but I just strongly recommend his release to his family. And I ask you to please trust us and trust God. He's God-fearing. He has read the Bible. He can quote scripture from the Bible. He has studied and he knows so much now about the law. I worked in the legal system for many years. I'm retired now, but I worked as a legal administrator of a law firm for many, many years. And throughout that time, that guy has been incarcerated. It's interesting to hear some of the things that he tells me, because now we can share some of those things about the law that he has become very interested in. And I think that he will make a difference in the society if he's allowed that. And I beg to please give him a chance to let him come back home to us and let us help him to do the things that he needs to do. Although I think he's ready and he will put his first foot forward, and we will just be there to guide him and to give him any and everything that he needs. It's just a few of us here, but we're a large man, and we will do everything in our power to support him continue. I, myself, as his aunt, will do everything I can.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to note that in support, but not speaking, Linda Hayes, Monique Hayes, and Kelly Walker.
Yeah, they're all.
So, and now we need to provide the opportunity for the those who are in opposition to release to be able to speak. We have 4 people speaking, but there are a number of people who have joined us via Zoom that have logged opposition. If you'll permit, I'll read those names and then go to the those speaking. Patrice Smith, Raymond Smith, Danielle Lacadou, Mary Dykes will be speaking. Daya Dallas, Darrell Billington, Lillian Johnson, Stephanie Jones, Chuck Romero. Also speaking will be Detective Chambers, Shanae Stovall. Not speaking, Lucinda Wilson, Tamala Bailey will be speaking. So at this time, we're going to go to Ms. Mary Dykes. If you'll address your comments to the panel. Mary Dykes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Mary Dykes. I am the sister of Johnny Stovall. And my question is to My question is, you spoke and said that you don't know the reason. You hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hey,
No. Let me explain. Miss Mary,
Uh-huh.
to speak to the parole board members only, your comments cannot be directed toward the offender. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you. You
Thank
just tell
you.
us why you're in opposition.
Okay. So he's saying that he didn't know, from my understanding, when he did what he did, he was not aware of his situation of what he was doing. But when you went into the building to, I don't know what did they go in the building for. Why did they went in the building? Because I was at home looking at TV and the news came on and it came across the news and I'm like, that's where my brother worked at. And I'm like, what? So I leave home to go to the place where this all took place at. And I'm just like confused on, So he's here with his family, but my brother is gone. So we're missing him. He got grandkids, his daughters, all of us have missed spending time with him. So I understand he did his time, whatever, but I still think it needs to be addressed more. I just need to be shown where he have really rehabilitated because, he's here, his family's here, but my brother's not here. And, I put it in God's hands. So if this turns out however God wanted to be, then I can accept it. But, it's kind of hard for me right now.
All right. I appreciate the comments. Thank you very much for joining us. The next person wishing to speak will be Lucinda Wilson, and that is a victim's sister. So, Ms. Wilson, if you would like to address the panel.
Good morning. Let me just begin by saying on September 9th, which is the month of my birthday, is when my sister was taken from me. We had plans. And this tragic and brutal incident that Guy Hayes, along with Willie and Pookie, committed, stopped everything for this family. And in the midst of all of that, we encountered a hurricane. We had to deal with the emotional distress of leaving our family's bodies here, not knowing where they would be as we evacuated. We had to deal with that trauma, that emotion. Since Diane was taken from me, from our family, she missed many birthdays, many anniversaries, many graduations. None of that can be given to us. You all took that from us. Diane's son, only son, just recently died, one of NOPD's finest, died of a broken heart. He was a healthy man. Died of a broken heart because of this incident. So yes, I understand that you've gone through all these religious things and you tried to better yourself. I understand that Mr. Hayes, has undergone some things to better himself, and I commend him for that. But being biblical and a woman of faith myself, I do know that the Bible tells us to forgive, but it does not erase the consequences of your sins and of your actions. If you look at Moses, he didn't make it to the promised land because he didn't do what God said. If you look at David, his son was taken from him because of his sin of adultery. If you look at the children of Israel, they were put in captivity for 70 years because of their disobedience and sin. So looking at Mr. Hayes, 20 years is absolutely not enough time to have taken 4 lives from this earth. That's 5 years a person. I do not support him being let out this early. I wish he could serve more to really show he wants to come to his family. His family is begging to see him. There is nothing we can do to bring Diane back to us. So I think 40 years is the least he can do to rectify this situation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your comment. We appreciate it. We also have Tamala Bailey. Have I said that right? Who wishes to speak?
Good morning, it's Tamala.
Tamala.
When an opportunity comes to defend the defenseless, you should do it quickly. And I am here to defend my mother, Diane Holmes Varese. Her humanness was taken for granted, and her life and value was diminished to death. They asked us a question: how has the actions of Guy Hayes impacted my life? That's a question that I could pour endless hours into, but the truth is, it's too painful. It's too overwhelming to answer. The moments that should have been filled with warmth of family, the joy of shared memories, the precious bond of love, it was all shattered in an instant. The opportunities to create new memories were ripped away from me when my mother was murdered. That gap, that silence where her presence should have been, it's something that we will never recover from. Justice will never truly be served when anyone's life is stolen so violently. The void left behind can never be filled by any sentence or measure of time. But I do know this: Guy Hayes, he must be held accountable. He must serve out his full sentence. The pain and grief he caused us must not be forgotten. And I strongly urge you, with every ounce of my being, to ensure that he is not released until his sentence is fully served. My mother, she deserved better. The other 3 victims, they deserved better. Our families, we all deserve so much better. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. I know it's painful. We have Detective Chambers from NOPD who would like to make a comment, and we'll go to her now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Detective Descenda Chambers. I initially investigated the quadruple homicide of Mr. Johnny Stovall, Ms. Glenda Lockett, Mr. William Lindsay, and Ms. Diane Varese. I've been in homicide for 4 years. This was the most gruesome homicide scene that I had seen. Not only to be tasked with the complete investigation, I worked this case tireless. It was 3 days before we went home. I can still vividly see that scene today as it was September the 9th, 2004. Prior to Mr. Hayes carrying out this quadruple homicide, he conspired with the other 2 co-perpetrators. They had time to say, hey, this is not right. We're not going to do this. But what struck me the most, what I learned while investigating this homicide, is that he knew each individual. They conjugated together on a daily basis. His barbershop was right next door to the bar. He saw these individuals who he murdered every day he went to work. So you telling me 5 years each on a 40-year sentence, you've rehabbed. Mr. Hayes began his criminal career October the 29th, 1990. He robbed someone. He took a plea then, just like he took a plea while murdering these 4 individuals. I'm going to read from my police report what I learned from one of his co-perpetrators. And it described what I saw at the crime scene. In the words of his co-perpetrator, Willie Jones, on September the 9th, Mr. Jones denied killing anyone, but he did admit to committing the armed robberies. Mr. Jones, after being advised of his Miranda warnings, provided this formal statement, and he stated Pooney was armed with the .357 handgun, and Guy Hayes was armed with an assault weapon. Pooney and Guy did the shooting. After they ran out of bullets, Pooney instructed him that 2 of the victims was alive, because you know why? 2 of them were alive. They went to the hospital where they succumbed to their injuries, which corroborates Mr. Jones' account of this incident. He also said after he advised them that there were 2 were alive, they armed themselves with a knife and they stabbed the victims. I saw that. Miss Glenda had multiple stab wounds to her neck, jagged, till it was just gruesome to watch. They were so gruesome at her services that I attended. They had to put a scarf around her neck to present her to her family for burial. So you're going to tell me after 20 years, Mr. Hayes has rehab? If he committed a crime in 1990, he went back to his old ways in 2004. That was enough time then for Mr. Hayes to realize the consequences of his actions. However, he did not realize the consequences of his actions, because 14 years later, he committed a quadruple homicide as a result of an armed robbery. So again, 14 years then, it's 20 years now. No, no, no. It is my opinion that it would be a smack in the criminal justice face. It would be a smack in every single individual who represents Mr. Johnny Stovall, Miss Glenda Lockett, Miss William Lizzie, and Miss Diane Varese. Their family members deserve better and they deserve more. I am a preacher's daughter, and I believe in rehab. I believe in forgiveness, but I also believe in the Bible. And I'm going to quote the book of Exodus 21, 23, and 27. It is the earliest known use of the principal code of Hammurabi. It was created by the 6th ruler of the first Amorite dynasty, Mr. Babylon. And it says, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. It is idiom that means someone who does something wrong should be punished in the same way. However, the justice system said 40 years. So I want us to operate with their principle of 40 years, because according to the Bible, Mr. Hayes should be dead today, because it says an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. So I pray upon this parole board that Mr. Hayes maybe revisit this parole hearing and maybe 14 years, because it took him 14 years to commit another robbery. So from today, if we can come back and revisit this in 14 years, maybe my heart will change. But as of today, after 20 years, no, sir. I do not believe, members of this parole board, that Mr. Guy Hayes is ready to be released in this society.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comment. At this time, Ms. Stapleton is going to ask you some questions. Mr. Haynes.
The detective, to start off with, said exactly what I was gonna say. I was gonna name the names of the four.
Yes, ma'am.
They are Diane Barista, Jerry Stovall, Linda Lockett, and William Lindsay.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make sure that they are honored in today's hearings as the victims. And while we're here, did you know those people individually?
Yes, ma'am.
Did tell me how you knew each one.
I knew him.
Diane.
I had the barber shop right next door to the bar, and I regularly go inside that bar. So I knew everybody pretty much by acquaintance, like going in and out of the bar.
What's your relationship with Diane? What did she do in the bar? I don't know. Let's just say I don't know anything.
Diane pretty much was like a waiter around the bar. She'll wait. I think sometimes Diane will be cooking also.
All right, so you had a lot of conversations with this lady, and you considered her a very nice lady.
Yes, ma'am.
What about Jerry Stovall? What was he to you?
He was close to also. Yes, John.
Was he an employee at the bar? Did he own it or what?
No, he worked in and out the bar. He was an employee there. Yes, ma'am.
And y'all would have conversations. So you knew him well.
I knew him pretty good.
All right. And then Glenda Lockett, who was she? What did she do? And how did you know her?
Glenda, I'm not pretty sure if Glenda worked there. I know Glenda will be in and out. I think Glenda will be in and out pretty much. I was in and out.
Kind of like some people, you know, have a favorite restaurant. A lot of people do have a favorite gathering place, a certain bar in the neighborhood or something, and everybody knows each other. Is that what we're talking about when we talk about Glenda?
Pretty much so, yes, ma'am.
William Lindsay. Who was he to you?
He worked there also. Billy worked there.
What did he do there?
Like pretty much, I guess you could say janitorial services.
Janitorial services. When all this came up about robbing this place, whose idea was this?
In all actuality, it wasn't intended to be a robbery. When that happened like that, it instantly happened. That wasn't like nothing planned to do. It was just stated. It instantly happened. It was like all of a sudden something happened. It wasn't like nothing was, how they saying we planned that. That wasn't like that. It instantly happened. If you read them, I left out that barber shop, went to the bar.
But how do you go in there with guns and it just happened? How do you go in there with guns and it?
I had a gun on me personally.
All right, you had a 357?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? And
Yes.
what did that people have on them? What were their weapons?
I didn't know the exact nature of the other gun. And I know that's what I had on me, a 357.
Mhm. And the man that was the mastermind is what they say. He knew that you had the 357?
I don't know initially if he knew I had it or not.
Why did he tell y'all to kill the people? To line them up and go to the other side of the restaurant and kill them all with guns?
One of the things when that pretty much happened, when it was gone fast. My actions were pretty much, in all actuality, it means of self-preservation for myself also. It wasn't nothing as though I was actually involved in that like that. Me and the victims on that situation, I was probably more with the victims than anybody else around that in that instance.
Well, there's no way that happened because you were the one with the gun and they were unarmed.
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't with the victims.
I wasn't with them, but I was more or less, I knew the victims pretty much.
Well, it says that you felt like you were intimidated by him in order to say, what was he holding against you? Mr. Jones is armed with what? that made you feel intimidated with you holding 357? I mean, the person that you were afraid of, what was he armed with?
I didn't pay attention to what type of weapon it was. It was like
He had a 357, so you could have shot and killed him.
Could've.
What made you feel intimidated that you had to shoot people? What kind of weapon was he holding on you? What was he doing to force you to do that?
I can't explain that, man. But I can honestly say that it wasn't nothing that I intended to do. I never planned to be part of that or anything like that. It happened so quick. I made hasty decisions I shouldn't have made.
Did Mr. Boykins initially plan the robbery? Who was Mr. Boykins to you?
Mr. Boykins, he was a patron also, you could say, that came in and out the neighborhood. He wasn't actually from that neighborhood.
How did you meet him?
Just regularly through the bar, shooting pool. I used to shoot a lot of pool in that bar. A lot of times I'll play pool. When I close the barbershop, I'll go inside that bar and shoot pool.
So Mr. Boykins gets with you. And what was the other person that was involved? There was three of y'all.
I don't know nobody else that was involved. Oh, Willie Jones. I'm sorry.
Mr. Jones was involved. Then it says all three of y'all were in the bar and all three of y'all were armed. And you admit you were armed, so, but you don't know that Mr. Boykins was armed.
I didn't know. I was armed, but I didn't know a crime was about to take place in that bar like that. If I knew a crime was about to take place in that bar, I would have left that bar. I would have left. I walked in there to get me a drink. I did not go in there to commit any crimes. When it happened, it just happened. I wasn't thinking as I would think now. If I would review that situation today, I would have conducted myself totally different in that place at that time.
So did everybody line up on one side of the bar, and then y'all proceeded to start shooting them down until you ran out of bullets? That happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who was it standing with you shooting, or were you shooting everybody by yourself?
It was Willie Jones with me.
Right. Mr. Jones was shooting and you were shooting.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, let me ask you this. As the detective was talking, there was two people still breathing, still alive. And this Mr. Boykins, where you say you don't even know if he had a gun or anything, I don't know how it held any kind of power over you, told y'all to go kill him with a knife. And you did. You and
I
Mr.
didn't
Jones.
kill nobody.
You didn't take a
I
knife?
never had no knife in my. No, ma'am.
Mr. Jones did that by himself, or who did that?
When that time even went on, I wasn't nowhere around that area. I was in a total different part of that.
Where were you?
Like in the front of that building, like close to the door.
Oh, so
Like
when you
exit-
saw everybody,
exit.
ran up to the front?
No, like I walked off. I walked away from that area.
So at that point, you could walk away, but before you killed everybody, the man had complete control over you.
He didn't have complete control over me. It was a rational decision that I made at that time.
Yeah,
I was
what I'm-
thinking I didn't know what to do in that situation. And when that happened like that, I didn't.
Well, your original charges were, let me read this. Your original charges was 4 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of armed robbery, and a carjacking. Because the person that lived and was able to identify you and then Mr. Jones and tell everything that happened, because she realized y'all ran out Mr. Boykins, that was the other one, Mr. Boykins. He was the mastermind of all this. She realized y'all ran out of bullets shooting all the people, and she took off running, and she saved her own life. Is that how you remember that, since you were in the front of the building?
When that happened at that point, I had then walked off. I was gone completely away from them at that time.
Oh, so you didn't have anything to do with carjacking her?
When all that happened, I had kept up the street. I went in a total different direction than that.
I don't know, I just find it interesting that before the people were being murdered, and when he just told you to murder them, you did because he had control over you. And then after they were murdered and they were being stabbed, and he told you and the other man to stab them to death, you found your will to just walk out and just leave, and nobody stopped you, this terrible person.
When we left, everybody was leaving. Everybody was walking out. It wasn't like I walked out the door like that. Everybody walked out at the same time. When everybody walked out,
did you walk out with the hostage?
proceeded.
Do you remember a hostage?
A hostage?
Yeah, that was, y'all were gonna use her car as a getaway to get away. You got, Mr. Boykins got a car key. Do you remember anything about that? Or y'all were just
Yes,
gonna
ma'am.
walk down the street?
That's at the time of departure. I walked down the street. I didn't get no car. I walked completely off from that crime.
Okay. Well, all right, let's just skip on over to, what are the classes you've taken?
Since I've been incarcerated, I took Living in Balance. I took mass. I took reentry. I took anger management, all the self-help programs that every facility I've been in had available. Since this incarceration, I designed and conducted Stop the Violence program since I've been in here. I designed another program for the Islamic communities called Islamic 24. I'm not sitting up here trying to exculpate me in any way. I accept full responsibility for my actions. But since the time of the commissioning of that crime, I understood I needed to change, and I've been working daily, hourly, working on that change. As I started seeing things that I'd done wrong with my life throughout that, making wrong decisions, I just exerted all my energy since I've been incarcerated, working with others, trying to help them to avoid making the same mistakes that I made. There's no way that I could justify that. And I am sorry for that.
Well, you did get a plea bargain, you know that, from the first degree murder charges, 4 counts, 5 counts of armed robbery and a carjacking. Then there was a disposition, and you pled guilty to the amended charges of 4 counts of manslaughter. Sentenced to be served 40 years hard labor for each count concurrent. So you agree to that, I'm correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What did you get the most out of which class?
Pretty much, I would say the Living in Balance.
Living in balance.
Aside from my spiritual classes. I spent a lot of time in spiritual classes. Also, since I've been in prison, I've been an imam pretty much everywhere that I go. Like, I dedicate a lot of time now in prayer.
I'll pass that along to my colleagues for any questions they may have.
Mr. Tillman?
No, she's answered a lot of my questions.
Okay. And that's why we conduct our hearings the way we do, is because a lot of things that, you know, we've read hundreds of pages on your file. And by the time we get to this, we've already heard a lot of the answers to the questions that we have. So don't take us not having questions to mean that we're not paying attention, okay?
Yes.
I also see you took Thinking for a Change. What did you think about that class?
I think it was a good class. Taught me to see things a little different.
Okay. Well, I will make note that you have had excellent conduct while you've been incarcerated. I believe you've only had 1 write-up.
Yes, ma'am.
2014 for something minor. And so I
like
appreciate
a picture.
Right.
Take yes, ma'am.
So I don't have any other questions. Is the panel prepared to vote? We'll be voting at this time.
Hey, can I speak on his behalf right quick?
Warden, would you please forgive me? That is standard
It's
and I
okay.
did not have, and I did not call on you. I apologize for that. Thank
Okay,
you.
it's all right. First of all, I want to say that I've been in corrections for almost 20 years. The first 18, 19 years was I taught GED at David Wade for 10 years, and I've been a transition specialist at headquarters for about 9 years before I just took this position a couple of months ago as the warden here. When they came to me and asked me to take this job, I accepted, and this is the guy that I wanted on my side. I've had a lot of experience with Guy in the last 5 years. He has sat in with me on orientations, helped explain things to offenders. And it was about 3 years ago, I think, when we pulled his rap sheet and saw that he had a parole date. And I can remember, he was pretty excited because for a long time, he wasn't even eligible to be able to speak to you guys. All of these classes that he completed, all of these programs that he completed is before he ever even knew that he had the opportunity to talk to y'all. Okay. It sounds like God did some pretty terrible things on the street. And I don't know that side of him. I just know who he is and what he has become since he has been incarcerated. But when I took this position, I had to find him because this is one of the guys that I wanted on my side. He is a peacemaker here on this compound. If I have problems with any of the guys in the dorm, I send him down there to counsel with them. When I was at David Way, we called them model offenders. And it doesn't sound like he was a model citizen on the street, but since his incarceration, he is a model offender. He helps me a lot here. And I just wanted that. I think I want y'all to know he is doing better. He is doing better. So I did want to say that.
And I certainly appreciate it. And again, apologize for not calling on you sooner. If the panel's prepared to vote, Ms. Stapleton.
Okay. I want to thank everyone who spoke today because your family and the victim's family is very, very hard on them to come. And they love you dearly. I know that. And then the victim's families, they love their families dearly. So we have that on both sides. And I understand the warden, she's seeing a different side of you. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge the detective that had to work that crime scene. Because like her, I've been at these crime scenes and you don't ever forget a memory that's imprinted on your brain. And that's where she's coming from. Today, my vote is going to be to deny based upon the fact that you do already have a plea bargain for the first 40 years, and then anything after is concurrent. And then you have opposition from the Attorney General's office and from the Chief of Police. You have opposition from the victims. And the reason that the AG said is due to the severity of the offenses, multiple. And that is my position also, due to the severity and the heinous nature of the crime. I did not give a today.
And Mr. Tillis.
I concur, and I commend you for the things you've been doing while you're incarcerated and encourage you to continue. But because of the crime and the victims, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Hayes, I concur with my colleague and vote to deny. Thank you so much. That concludes our business.
Have any Kleenex?
at this facility, and the time is now 9:57. Thank you.
And they have to do it first. That's what you have to do.
The volume on?
Hmm.
The volume?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Yeah.
It must be low. Cause I seen her lips. She could hear me. I couldn't hear her.
We're not muted.
The volume low?
Hmm? Mm-mm. All right, everybody else is muted. They might be.
Oh, all right.
See, mute.
Oh, all right.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at our headquarters. Today, serving on the panel, to my left is Chuck Tillis, to my right is Carolyn Stapleton, and my name is Ms. LeJew. The time is now 10:09, and we are at IBERIA Parish Jail. Would anyone there staffing please introduce yourself to us?
Laura Carver and Christine Romero.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Jamahl Grubbs, 552042.
Okay. Mr. Grubbs, before we go any further, I would like to ask, do you have a piece of paper in front of you that has your signature that is called a parole revocation questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
Your answers to those questions indicate that you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you have retained counsel today? Did you hire an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your attorney present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he's on Zoom. I see you now. Thank you so much. And that's Mr. Chase Manuel. Mr. Manuel, if you will, if you need to interject while we're questioning Mr. Grubbs, then please let me know. Okay.
Okay.
We also have two people that are here in support, and we will allow them to speak at the appropriate time. Sir, I'm going to read the allegations that have been filed against you as violations of your parole, and I need for you to give a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Sir, we find that you failed to refrain from criminal activity by committing the offense of domestic abuse battery and second-degree battery on 6/9/2023. You were arrested on 6/20/23 by New York Police Department, charged with second-degree battery, battery of a partner, which is a felony. On 10/1/24, you pled no contest to criminal district 16 judicial district of IBERIA. You were sentenced to 6 months parish jail. How do you plead in that? Okay.
I'd like to interject on it. The plea in October, that was a best interest plea because at the time he's just been sitting. It was reserved with the condition that it would not have an effect on his parole. So rather than have him just sit there languishing in jail, he was entering that best interest plea.
Okay, I will note that 10/2/2024, the court minutes state the court noted that this plea will not affect the defendant's parole. However, that's not the law that is dictating parole revocation.
We understand, but there is a statement from the alleged victim that's essentially at this point.
And we understand that as well. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So you pled guilty in your best interest to amended charges. Criminal. Also, number 10, you failed to submit monthly payments toward your supervision fee, and you're currently $945 in arrears. However, a payment was made after your arrest, and so you're only $45 in arrears. How do you plead?
Not guilty. And that's paid up to date. It only was added because I was incarcerated. I've been incarcerated for 18 months, and I did know that the supervision fees keep on adding up. But it is paid up to date as up to date. Once I found that, it is paid up.
Great, thank you very much. I do note that in our record. So we have two people who wish to speak in your favor. And understand that not only have we received all of the police records, we've received video evidence. We've received everything from the incident that occurred. And so the panel has had an opportunity to review all of that information. At this time, you also have, we have Al Danny, who's the attorney, case manual assistant to the attorney, and then Laura Broussard, the mother. And Ms. Broussard, would you like to speak? I believe you're still on mute.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm the mother of Jamahl, and unfortunately, he was put in a situation, but I'm here to intervene anything that occurs between him and the mother of the child. He's a good child, and I would love to see him released because he's been, unfortunately, away from me for a long time. And I know he can be, redeemed from whatever he's going through or whatever he's been accused of. And that's it. He has a good support system at home.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to the attorney of record, if you would like to make a statement to the board.
Yes, the situation at this point is without the alleged victim to testify to this, whether the affidavit that was submitted by the law enforcement agency or the sworn statement that she's provided is hearsay and hearsay. There can't be a finding of probable cause.
Were you privy to the video from the police report?
I believe I saw some body cam footage from when they initially arrived at the hospital, but I don't believe she made any type of statement as to the individual who performed the battery.
If you would like to, if that's your statement, we'll go ahead and Ms. Stapleton's going to ask questions of the offender now.
So going back to the body cam footage that I saw, the victim was crying. She was crying. She had a friend there. She had her father there. She had a bloody towel and she had ice on her face. And she's 5 months pregnant. And the father said he was called because she said you had done that to her because you got really angry with her because you thought she was talking to somebody else that made you angry. And so you started kicking and hitting her. And we do have the crime scene evidence, which is the body of the victim, with what the police affidavit talked about was the black eye and the fractured nose. How did that happen, folks? Mr. Grubbs, how would you say that happened? You got picked up for it. Were you there?
No, ma'am. I got picked up days later, going to see my parole officer. I wasn't there. I wasn't even in town when that situation occurred. I was working. When my parole officer called me, I was in Lake Charles. I mean, I'm a truck driver, but I had no part in that situation at all. I didn't find out about it until days later. I mean, the victim is my baby mama. She's my baby's mother, but we wasn't together. We hadn't been together since February. We had both moved on and got into other relationships, and I was nowhere around her. We wasn't living together. We was nowhere around each other. And I did not have nothing to do with it. Like,
you weren't present when she was beat up?
No, I wasn't nowhere around. I wasn't present. I wasn't even.
Did she tell you who beat her up? Did she tell you who beat her up? Wouldn't you be interested in knowing that? Who beat her up?
Yes, and I recently found out that whenever I got the statement, it was the other guy that she was dating. But I don't know why she said what she said at the beginning, that it was me, but I was nowhere around.
So I'm assuming you showed proof of your whereabouts to the law enforcement, right? So that I don't understand locked up anyway.
Right. Whenever my parole officer told me to come in, see, I didn't know I had a warrant. My parole officer called me and I thought it was for a monthly visit. So I told him, well, I'll be back in town like Friday. He like, well, it's a Juneteenth weekend. You don't have to come until Tuesday because I'm not gonna be in the office Friday and Monday is a holiday. So he like, just come in Tuesday. And I just thought it was for a Monday checkup. I didn't have no knowledge about a warrant or anything had happened to her because we wasn't in close contact and I hadn't talked to her in a while. Like I'm in another relationship and she was in another relationship. I didn't know nothing about the situation that happened.
So did the attorney, did he represent you in this false charge that caused you to be in jail for 18 months? Did he represent you for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we did represent him regarding that. That's
did y'all let law enforcement know that he was in Lake Charles at that time and wasn't even present? That it was a false accusation and you had proof that he was not, in town? He was in Lake Charles? So
all the information that we had was provided to the state.
And so you still made a plea bargain?
Ultimately, it was made in his best interest due to the timing and how long he'd already been in. And as it was not intended to impact his parole.
Well, it was also noted that the victim's medical bills were paid for restitution. So that's another, how much was that bill? The hospital.
They were. My family paid the restitution because I had been in jail all this time under false accusations, and she stated that I wasn't taking care of my daughter, which I don't have no job or no income. So my family did offer to pay restitution, and it was paid, and that was with the plea bargain.
And you agreed with that too, that go ahead and pay money, even though he was in town and wasn't guilty?
Only because it's a child involved, and I mean, I hadn't been able to support the child for 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just a part. Like once she talked to the state and let them know, once she let them know that I never had nothing to do with it, and she came out and told the truth, she just really told them that, I mean, she would like me to pay child support. So I'm guessing that was into the plea bargain that I paid restitution because I hadn't been taking care of the child.
Well, according to the body cam, and I don't know if you saw it or not, the father said he spoke directly with you, and that that you said she knows that you're from the hood, and that she shouldn't have provoked you.
That's hearsay.
I mean, by talking to another guy, that's not true.
That's hearsay.
No say.
But y'all are saying that's not true. And her body's not hearsay because we saw the wounds, and y'all don't have an answer for who did it to her. She's just keeping that a secret. Charges haven't come forward against the person who beat her up, because that still would be, for whoever did it to her, it would be the same second-degree battery charges of a pregnant woman. They didn't charge anybody else with it. Y'all don't know?
I have no knowledge of
anybody else with the crime.
However, the alleged victim wants to implicate. She had not wanted to acknowledge the other individual.
Oh, and she recanted on him.
I haven't seen any implication of our client in the body cam footage. I just looked at it.
No, she wouldn't talk about it in the body cam. She wouldn't. She went back and she called the police. So that's where the charges came from. I'm confused. I gotta tell you, because it says here in the notes, during the second interview, I observed that Miss Curry's eyes, more specifically, the surface of the white part of her eyes was red and the skin around it was black. Miss Curry also informed me that during the visit to the hospital, that her nose was fractured by the incident. Miss Curry states that Mr. Grubbs started to fight her. So, I mean, you know, when a policeman does this, this is an affidavit. I mean, he's putting his job on the line. He punched her and kicked her. And at some point, there was a physical altercation. And he put his hands around her neck. According to Miss Curry, though, she never felt her normal breathing stop. Miss Curry said that she was just taking his hits and that Mr. Grubbs only stopped because he had to go somewhere to pick up his kids. And she left with him during the time, not letting him, well, it says, and so he left. I guess that's when she called her friend, because her friend was with her at the hospital. So none of that. I know that she recanted, but we also know that domestic violence victims recant. And according to her father, she was fearful of you. But you're saying that's not true either. She just.
Yeah, I wasn't the suspect in that situation. And
you were in this situation. That's the one they were talking about, the boyfriend.
That's what I'm saying. But I wasn't the one I wasn't her boyfriend at the time. And I wasn't the one who done that to her. I was out of town in Lake Charles. And my kids don't even live in Louisiana. I have 2 other kids outside of Miss Curry. My daughter lives in Atlanta, Georgia, and my son lives in Houston. And I mean, that's not possible with me. It wasn't me.
Well, okay, I'm confused, y'all. I don't know why I don't know why charges weren't even just dropped in somebody else. I mean, I know she recanted and women do that, and I know why they do it quite often. But I don't know why charges weren't brought against someone else.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Mr. Grubbs, you're a second offender, and you were on parole for the crime of possession with the intent to distribute cocaine. What was your prior, what was your first offense?
Aggravated flight and aggravated criminal damage to property. I was like 17. That was in 2008.
I'd like to ask to go into executive session.
I second.
Deputy Timmons,
Yes.
Darren Ledoux,
Yes.
Carol Stapleton,
Yes.
I didn't remember the executive session.
They're speaking to each other.
Okay.
I was right. They're talking to themselves.
Yeah. I understand everything has to be thorough, but
Let's roll call.
Gary Booth,
Yes.
Chucky Simmons,
Here.
Carol Bates.
Yes.
We've been into executive conference to discuss some confidential information. Mr. Grubbs, at this point, we do not find you not guilty of condition number 10 since the payments have been made and caught up. And on condition rule number 4, I think we're prepared to vote. Ms. Stapleton, you're prepared?
Yes, so, my recommendation is going to be that when you get out, you have to attend a domestic violence course. I'm not sure. Shay Hope may have one. I know they have them in Baton Rouge. You'll have to speak to your parole officer about that, but I want you to attend that and to have no contact with the mother, which your mother already said that she would be the go-between. So your child can maybe be dropped off at your mother's house, you pick it up, but no contact whatsoever with the mom. So my vote is to do not revoke with these 2 conditions.
Mr.
I concur with the same conditions.
Okay, I want to make note that the standards of evidence for a parole revocation hearing is different from that in other court situations. You did commit and plead guilty to criminal mischief, which is a violation of your parole. However, you were only given 6 months to that, and you have served 18 months. So my vote is also to not revoke, to continue you on supervision with the conditions that you have no contact with the victim in this case, and that you take and complete a domestic abuse battery class on the streets. Do you understand those conditions? Okay, y'all were muted, but today your revocation has not been revoked. We are now at 10:35 and we're signing off at that facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. Today, serving on the panel to my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. To my right, Ms. Carolyn Stapleton. My name is Jerry Ledoux. It's now 10:43 and we're conducting a hearing at the Southwest Transitional Work Program. And our first person is Mr. Major. Would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record? I'm sorry, you're on mute, Jill.
Hello,
Okay. State your name and your DOC number for the record, please.
Justin Major, 740-727.
Okay. Mr. Major, you heard our introduction. At this point, I'm going to read some information from your file into the record, and then we're going to ask you some questions. At the appropriate time, I will allow the two people who wish to speak in support of you to speak, and we also have someone in opposition. So, sir, we find that you're a first-class offender currently serving 15-year sentence for the charge of indecent behavior with a juvenile. This is a rehear. You had a parole eligibility date of 12/16/2021. You're not eligible for good time release, and you have a full term date of 12/18/2031. Does that sound correct according to your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Major, I would like for you to discuss with this panel why you're currently incarcerated and why do you think that we should give you an opportunity for early release?
I've definitely made a poor decision in life. It was immature and irresponsible and morally wrong. And I thought I was a more mature person than I was, and just felt I can do no wrong in life, and that's obviously not the correct way to think. I had a responsibility as a father to be there for my child, and I threw all that away. It's just being irresponsible, not thinking rationally.
And why do you think you should be granted early release?
I have definitely changed who I was. I am not that person. I've had 8 years to look back at my life and see all the times I've done wrong, and just figured I can get away with anything, and never thought I can get in trouble for anything. Just felt like I was invincible, and it was just the wrong way to think. I had too much in life that I threw away that was good. I had a good job. I was a father. I had missed opportunities in my daughter's life that I could never give back. And that's just something I would never, ever risk again.
We do have, is there a staff member there that wants to speak? Is there a warden there who would like to speak?
There is a staff member.
Do you have any comments to make regarding this offender?
Yes, ma'am. As far as long as he has been here, he's been here incarcerated here for 28 months. He has gotten no write-ups. He hadn't been in any trouble. He's had great behavior. So, and I'm Tara in the admin office.
Tara, I'd like to ask, what is his, he's not going out for a job. He's working there at the facility?
Correct.
Okay. And what is his job there at the facility?
It's like mechanic. Is it
Prison Enterprise?
Prison Enterprise.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't know the name of it.
Okay. So he's with Prison Enterprise. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, we're going to allow your mother, Faith Arner, to make a statement. If you'll keep it to about 2 to 3 minutes, ma'am, we appreciate it.
Thank you. I am Justin's mother, and I'm hoping that he does get paroled. I haven't seen him in 8 years. We talk every weekend on the phone. I've never turned my back on him. He's my son. I know what he did was really wrong. We've talked about it many times, and I know that he wants to be a better person. I feel that he's ready to be a more productive person in society, to come out and pay his dues and do what's right. And if he does get out, I will always support him and be there. I have gone and started his interstate compact that if he would be able to come back to Pennsylvania. I've talked with a parole officer. He's talked about the programs for therapy and counseling that he has set up. I've talked to several places about trying to find him employment. There's some good leads there. And I just really, really want him to come home. He's my only son. I know he did wrong, but I feel that he has paid for what he's done. I love him, I miss him, and I just really want to see him come home.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Heather, did you want to make a comment of Grant's sister?
I just want to touch on that. I do feel that he should benefit from the therapy and from the counseling, and for some reason he seems to be unable to get them there where he's currently located. And if he was able to get released and come back to the state of Pennsylvania, we do have those set up for him to help him further better himself and better who he is versus who he used to be.
Thank you so much. I will note that Justin, I think, wrote a letter to the board saying that you've attempted several times to take programming, and we'll discuss that in a minute. At this point, we have Karen Lambert, who is the victim and would like to speak.
Okay, hey y'all. I would like to go over a few key points. I'm definitely not comfortable with him getting out. I'm just scared, I guess. I have suffered financially from this, and medically, both combined. I had to get on birth control due to this, and I actually just had like my first menstrual cycle since this has happened, and I'm spending about $80 a month on my birth control, and I owe the hospital about $1,200 due to the changes. Mentally, I have my days where I'm not even confident enough, and I feel like I don't deserve anything, and it has taken a toll in relationships. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with him getting out. I feel like he should serve a little bit more, and I'm just now starting my life, and I'm just not at a place where I feel comfortable with him being free.
Thank you very much for your comments as well. Mr. Major. So let's talk about where you've been and the classes. I know that you got your GED in 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
I also see, did you take victim awareness in 2019?
I did not.
Okay. It looks like you started sex offender treatment, but have not completed it. Is that correct?
Yes. When I was in the program, I'm not sure the reason why, but we were all in classes one week, and then the next week they just shipped everybody from the program.
Okay. Tell me about your institutional disciplinary conduct.
I don't have any write-ups.
You're write-up free.
Correct.
Okay. So you can understand that we prefer to see some programming, and it doesn't look like it's been available to you. Where did you come from before you went to that facility? You were at, so where have you been incarcerated?
I started at Bossier where I was pre-trial, and then I went to Bayou Dorcheat. I was at Bayou Dorcheat where I was in the sex offender treatment program, and then I got transferred to St. Charles for 3 years, which is Nelson Coleman Correctional Center, and then I've been incarcerated here for 28 months.
Okay. Your sentence was pled down. Was your sentence pled down?
Yes.
And did you plead, you agreed to that? Your initial sentence was for rape, correct?
Yes.
The law enforcement is opposed. Mr. Major, it's not your fault that you haven't gotten some of the programs that you need. And I understand they're available on the streets. However, I'm not really comfortable with releasing you until those programs are taken.
I've made every attempt it is to take programs. I write request forms to be signed up for programs. I've actually signed up for programs, but the responses I get is I'll be screened by DOC.
Okay. Are there any programs provided there?
I know they have reentry, which I think is thinking for a change. I think victim awareness. The financial, not sure what.
In the chair, I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. Ma'am, with the administration. Do y'all have thinking for a change and victim awareness there that you offer?
So we have the STEP program, and they do offer many classes. I'm not real familiar with a whole lot of the STEP classes. I can definitely get somebody to come in here and speak on behalf of that.
Well, can you help me understand why he's not in it? And he's been there for over a year.
Steps for multiple offenders.
Yeah. So STEP is usually for like the multiple offenders.
Okay.
The one, yeah.
Okay. All right. Do my colleagues have some questions? Ms. Stapleton or Bill?
I do.
Okay.
So I read in the report, my name is Ms. Stapleton, and I read in the report that that your original charge was as my colleague said, first degree rape. I read 2 counts of first degree rape. Aggravated kidnapping of a child, indecent behavior with juveniles, and computer aided solicitation of a minor. Was that more what your original charges were? And then I know you had a plea. Or just 1 count of rape? I've got. You don't remember?
I do remember. I'm not sure what you're trying to clarify.
Remember what the original charge was?
Yes.
What was it?
It was indecent behavior with juvenile, first degree rape, indecent behavior, and online solicitation.
Yeah, computer aided solicitation.
I believe so.
You lived in Pennsylvania, and there was, yeah, I mean, you were going back and forth, and that's how you came to Louisiana for a job, correct? And then you hooked up this 12-year-old.
Yes.
Yeah, and you knew she was 12 years old.
Yes.
And I have that you went to her school and pretended to be her father.
I did not attend her school and pretend to be her father.
Okay, well, then there was a call to the grandmother to confirm your identity, that you were Uncle Justin, and the grandmother said, I don't know who Uncle Justin is. Did you ever go to the child's school?
Yes.
To pick her up?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Well, we'll go with that one, okay?
Okay.
Did go to the child's school to pick her up. And then you were saying that you made an immature decision. Were you 32 years old when this happened?
Yes.
That's not immaturity. Not when you're 32. If you told me you were 14, I could buy it maybe. and asked for the young lady, who's now a young lady, and she suffered a great deal. And you heard what she said. She couldn't speak directly to you, and you can't speak directly to her. But I'm sure you heard what she said. Her pain is common when you have little girls that you take something you can never give back to them. And they suffer with that forever. But there is counseling, and I'm going to say to the young lady, I don't know if anybody at the sheriff's office has talked to you about crime victims reparation, but there is a fund for crime victims reparations that helps pay for medical bills and stuff. That is a direct result of a crime. So you can get with your sheriff's office, or you can call the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement. Louisiana Commission for Crime Victims Reparations, and see about that. But you said you have been financially impacted with this, and I want you to know about that, because if there's any kind of relief that you can get, you should be able to get it. And then I don't know if you're getting counseling, but for heaven's sakes, please see if you can get that too, because you're not alone in this, and your feelings are not unusual. And you pled to the reduced sentence, and it was going to be 15 years, 2 years to be served without benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Agreed to 15 years. Aggravated rape can carry up to life. Did they tell you that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you got your break. That's all my questions.
Mr. Tiller?
I have no questions.
Mr. Major, I think I'm prepared to vote. I want you to understand that your request for assistance in getting in classes is meaningful to me. And I'm not in control of where you're placed. But today I am making a strong request for you to be considered to be moved to a facility that offers all 4 stages of sex offender treatment. My number one goal is public safety, and I think that that's going to be the best thing for you and for the public safety aspect. My vote is to deny. I know that's not what you want to hear, but I'm really, this is not to be punishing. I think you need to get some more classes. And so that's my strong recommendation. Mr. Tillis?
I think also you need to take some more programming, and I don't think you've served enough time on your sentence, and my vote is to deny.
And Ms. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny, and I do agree with my colleague. I wish they have a wonderful program at Steve Hoyle. I don't know how people get transferred there for the sex offender program, but I wish you could be sent there, because I think you'd benefit from it. And also, about public safety, I have my concerns there: victim opposition, law enforcement opposition, and the victim is concerned about you being released this time, so public safety.
Sir, today on a unanimous decision, you have been denied parole, but I will make that recommendation. Thank you very much. Continue your good work. Thank you for your good conduct. Okay?
Thank you. I'm talking about what really happened.
The panel is resuming our hearings. Today on panel, to my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. My name is Ms. Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Ms. Carolyn Stapleton. We're at the Southwest Transitional Work Programs. Sir, could you give us your name and your DOC number for the record? I'm sorry, you're muted.
My name is Wilbert Camille Moore Jr. My DOC number is 573902.
Okay. Mr. Moore, I'm going to be reading some information into the record, after which time we'll ask you a question, and then we'll allow your son, who is joining us via Zoom, to make a comment, and then we'll ask you some more questions. So I find that you are a second felony offender. You're serving a 20-year term for fourth or more operation of a vehicle while intoxicated and vehicle injury. You have a parole eligibility date, 2/1/2025, good time date, February 4th, 2026, and a full term date, February 1st, 2040. Does that sound correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, if you would you explain to this panel why you are before us today and what you have done to make you eligible for parole consideration? Why should we consider your release early?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here today to try to get paroled. I have committed an offense of driving under the influence. I have went through Stephen Hall program. I took extra substance abuse class. I have had no write-ups in the last 5 years. And I'm just hoping to be paroled today so I can get back on with my life. I'm 62 years old and I have been incarcerated for 4 years and 10 months. And there hasn't been a day went by that I haven't thought about drinking and driving, and that will never happen again.
Okay. The administrative personnel there at the facility, do y'all have any comments about this offender?
Yes, ma'am. So he's been here for almost 2 years and he has had no write-ups. He has been on good behavior. And also his boss, he's on work release. And his name is Larry Thomas. He works at Bodega Bar, and he is he said that he is a great worker, no problems. He's been there since the beginning of the year.
Tell me what's the name of the business?
It's called Bodega Wine Bar.
Did you say wine bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. You are kidding me.
It's more of a diner, I believe.
That serves alcohol.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Sir, what is your position there at the company?
What I do mostly is make pizza dough and roll out pizzas. I stay in the back of the kitchen. I do cook pizzas. I wash dishes and just whatever I'm asked to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Today we have in your support Adam Moore. Mr. Moore, if you would like to make a comment to the board. I believe you're on mute.
Yes, ma'am. Like my father said, he's done everything he could do good. He also didn't mention that he did get his GED while he was in there. He's done everything. He's done everything he could do to better himself while he's been in there. He hasn't had any write-ups. He calls weekly. I talk to him when every once a week at least. He talks to me and tells me how he's doing. He's always has a positive outlook on life, and he's just doing everything he can to get right to be able to get out. But I do believe he's learned his lesson, and he knows better, a lot better now. He's done everything, like I said, he's done everything he can to better himself.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I would like to make note that we do have a letter in opposition to release from the victim of the negligent injury. Okay, for that. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Tillis to begin his questioning.
Good morning. Mr. Moore, how are you?
I'm doing well, sir.
How long have you worked at this release program that you've been at?
I got here 2 years ago. I had started working at the Golden Nugget Casino. I worked there for 8 months, and then I got transferred to the job that I'm on now. I've been there for 14 months now.
14 months. I see where you've been taking some classes, and that's good. That's really good. I'm really impressed. You've been around alcohol for 14 months.
Yes, sir, I have.
And you really had a problem prior to that.
Sir, I did. I haven't had any alcohol since June 30th, 2019.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Mr. Moore, if I read correctly, this was your 10th charge for DWI, 10th arrest for DWI. Does that sound about right to you?
Ma'am, I can't believe it's that many.
Some were not, some were dismissed, some were not charged, but arrested.
Yeah, ma'am, I would have to say yes.
Okay. Ms. Stapleton, do you have any?
So you said your last drink was June of 2019, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when were you charged with what? When were you charged with what put you in prison right now? What was the date on that?
That would be it was a year of it was June of 21. 2000.
And your last drink was 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Got charged in 21 for this wreck?
Yes, ma'am.
Hit the motorcycle. And you were charged with drunk driving, right? Weren't you?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
So 2019 couldn't have been your last drink.
Well, ma'am, that is the time that I had the DWI and the accident. That day was the last day I had a drink. The 21 was when I went to court and got convicted for this crime.
So those many years later before you got convicted. I got you. I understand.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
That's what I didn't understand, but I do now, the 2019, and then when you were actually sentenced and had your court date. And I read exactly like Ms. Ledoux did, that you had like 10 other arrests for driving while drinking, but I don't know, it never became DWI. Now, one second that we need to talk about is your victim. Do you know anything about what he has suffered because of this? Because he was on a motorcycle, right?
Yes, ma'am, he was. It was a 5-lane road. I was pulling out onto it. There's 2 lanes going north, 2 lanes going south, a turning lane in the middle. When I pulled out, I just did not see him. I did hit him. I knocked him down when I got out of the car, said, "Oh my God, I can't believe this. Are you all right?" Then
Yeah.
I called somebody and told them I didn't have a cell phone. Could somebody please call and let you know there's been an accident here.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, and I see here, I'm looking at the arrest report, June 28, 2019. I see
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Well, you know, the man was taken to the hospital. I don't know the age of your victim. I don't know what his age was at the time, but he suffered major financial hardship because of this, because he had to take an early retirement because his leg was so injured. Did you know any of that?
Ma'am, he did bring that up when we went to court. Yes, ma'am.
Was there any restitution brought up at court that you owe him?
No,
that?
ma'am, there was not.
No restitution. Well, the children, their lives were affected because their dad couldn't do the things that he used to do with them. And he lives in a lot of pain all the time. So I know you want to get on with your life. And that's what rehabilitation is all about. But this man, short of a miracle, he will always carry the reminder of that day that he met you on a highway and you were drunk. So that's a good reason for you to get into every kind of program you can, because that's what a victim suffers. It's usually for a lifetime. And I just wanted to bring that up to you.
Mr. Tillis, if the panel is prepared to vote, we'll go to you first.
Mr. Moore, I read your case a couple of times, and I didn't know you were in a work release program and working around alcohol. You've had opportunities to take a drink. The DA, police, sheriff, and all those are opposed. My vote's going to be today to grant parole. I hope I'm not making a mistake. If you've been around alcohol for 6 years and not taking a drink, and you're taking your classes, I think I'm gonna give you a chance. My vote's to grant.
Thank you.
Ms. Stapleton.
Okay, I'm gonna read a short statement by the district attorney. Mr. Moore was granted multiple breaks over his long history of DWIs, including the opportunity of drug DWI court for his last conviction, which was also a fourth offense. Also, because in the letter from the victims, they said this was actually your fifth offense. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Moore, the standard conditions of parole require that you not go to a bar. You're not even to be in a bar on standard conditions of parole, whether you have a crime of DUI or not. But today, my vote is to deny. You've served 5 of a 20-year sentence. And so thank you for attending and taking paying good attention to the Steve Boyle program. I think that program worked for you, and I'm very glad to see that. Today, your request has been denied. We're
Yes,
signing
ma'am.
off. Yeah, transitional work program at 11:23. Thank you.
You.
I think that one.
All right. Thank you, Hill.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Committee on Parole, and we are impaneled in Baton Rouge. Today on the panel to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is is there any staff members there in the room with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number?
My name is Ahmad Beck, DOC 513456.
Mr. Beck, you have some people today in attendance, both in favor and opposition to your parole. I'm going to be reading some information to the record, and then we're going to ask you a question. You can start thinking about it, of what puts you in prison and why should we consider early release. Ma'am, if you're staying in the room, do you mind introducing yourself? Staff member.
Lieutenant Melanie Woodson.
Okay, are you prepared to speak up about this offender at the proper time? Are you going to speak about the offender?
She said, "Are you going to speak about the offender?" I can barely hear. I can barely hear her too on here.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. So I find you, Mr. Beck, to be a first-class offender. You're currently serving a 40-year sentence for manslaughter. You have a parole eligibility date that passed March 2nd, 2024. You have a good term date of 5/30/2038 and a full term date of 3/1/2044. Does that sound correct according to what you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had a chance to think about that question that I asked of why you're in prison and why we should provide you early release today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you go ahead and provide that to us?
Okay, I'm in prison for the crime that I have committed, and I want to first let you know that I'm very remorseful for the crime that I committed, and I would like to apologize to the family and let them know that I'm very apologetic. And I would also like to apologize and say I'm sorry to the committee and to the community and to the family that was affected by my actions. And I believe that I've had over the 2 decades of being incarceration, I've took time to reflect on my crime because I felt that it was more close to home, and every day it hurts me to know that what I did, and I just bettered myself as far as I thought about long and hard of what I did. So I took time out and I thought about my mom, my daughter, and just the things that I missed out on, my kids, my grandkids that I have now. So I took the opportunity to get myself together. I got in anger management, I got in substance abuse, and I took the things that was offered to me, the little things that I could get, and I used that to my ability to better myself. And I got my mind together mentally, spiritually, physically, and I've always tried to preach to the young guys in the system about women abuse, and my goal, one of my goals is to start a domestic violence awareness for men. I've never seen that done for men, as far as talking about it with men, to teaching men about how to respect women and just teach them the ins and outs. And I've made a little sheet of different subjects to touch on in that situation. So the jobs I've had too, I've had jobs as far as being administrative only, property. I've worked for the property room lady. I've worked in the infirmary. So I've took time out to just help out and give back that respect of women in the system. So I would like to have an opportunity, you know, upon if granted parole, I would do, man, I would do so much to try to help my family, because the majority of my family is consists of females, you know, and then I have a daughter. She has two daughters. So I have two granddaughters that I would like to help her raise them, you know, and I just wanna. I got a mother, a sister. They practically stay by themselves, so I would like to be there to give them security, safety, you know, and provide for them. And the community. I believe too. I also believe too through sports and fitness is a way too to show the youth, you know, the younger guys about respect, because I believe just of my 20 years of being incarcerated, I've I think the respect has gone from these young guys, and I believe that all they need is some support, you know, and I've strived on that to try to teach through the football games of coaching, basketball of coaching, to try to help these youth, because without structure, I mean, it's just is no way that our future of young men, you know, is going to make it. They have to have support. They have to have structure, you know, discipline. And I have a sheet I had made, and this is what, as a coach, I have made out. And every team I would pass it out to my teams. It says, "Be a true leader on and off the court. Be disciplined." And these are the things that I've took for myself to learn, as far as that I did over the course of 20 years. So I'm trying to give it back to them. Listen, you have to listen. You have to stay focused, stay positive, maintain. And then I have knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and discipline are major keys to be successful. And then I also draw it up a plan for, I would like to be a part of the domestic violence awareness for the women, and be a speaker for them. And but these are the topics I have wrote on paper, as far as I would like to would be a key topics to discuss for men, because I don't I don't I have never seen anything where they have a domestic violence awareness for just men. But I mean, women can show, because it's for everybody, but mainly to talk to the men and explain to them about domestic violence. So I have, it would be explaining where we come from as men, boys. We come from a woman, which women are queens. Okay, so then you would have teaching them about respect, communication, support, quality time, listening, as a man, being responsible, sacrifice to be sacrifice to succeed, positive mind, never give up, taking care of kids, be a good king, a supporter, a good provider, staying focused, educate, no, by any means necessary, no physical abuse, no verbal abuse, no mental abuse, moving on with life. And I just feel that, you know, I just feel that's my focus.
Well, it sounds like you've been very productive with thinking, and I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, we are going to we have 4 people who wish to speak. Are some of them together? So one person speaking for both of them. We'll go ahead and start with your mother, Ms. Beck, if you would like to make a statement to the panel.
Okay. Yeah, hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Yes. How you doing? I'm Parthenia Beck, Ahmad's mother. And I have brought him up to be a respectable man. So where he went wrong, he had a lot of problems, but I forgave him. God has forgiven him. And I think he needs to be up for a parole, because he listened. When I went to visit him, we cried together and I forgave him. And he told me, he said, Mom, and I survived my 4th stage of lung cancer. And he told me, I didn't even know if I was going to be here to speak. But he told me, he said, Mama, I prayed to God for your life and for to take me. So he said, if God spared your life, I promise God that if I get out of here, I'm going to take care of you for the rest of your life. So, and I said, okay. And, you know, I said, I just want to pray on it and that you get out and you do the right thing. I said, if they ask you to jump, you say, how high? You go and do and get on your knees and pray. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Is that your sister?
Chalzetta. Yes.
We have two other people who would like to speak, the father and the daughter. Is it okay if I go ahead and let them speak?
Of course, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Your father, the offender's father, Matthew Beck, is wishing to speak. Go ahead, sir. You can just speak to us, sir. We see you. Can you hear me? Can you unmute? Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I'll speak.
Okay, and I can hear you. So if you'll go ahead and speak to us, provide the statement.
Yes, I'll speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you unmute?
I did. Let me. I think I'm on the YouTube. Let me get off the YouTube.
Sir, can you hear me? You need to get off of YouTube and talk directly.
Let me get off this. Let me get off this YouTube. I think the YouTube is interfering with it. Let me get it off that YouTube.
Okay.
I'll see on YouTube. Let me get off the YouTube. Where's YouTube?
You need to get off of YouTube and talk directly. I think that may be better.
Oh, shucks. Okay, I got out of this thing. God darn it.
Hear you. We can hear you if you'll go ahead and speak. We can hear.
Maybe can't see. Go to the door.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and we'll come back to you, sir. We're going to hear from the offender's daughter.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on the behalf of my father today. I'm here I'm here to support the release of my father, a man who has shown remorse, growth, and change during his time in prison. My daddy has been in prison for 20 years of my life, and I have nothing but great memories with my father, and that's time that I will never get back. Now that I do have children, I just pray every day that, my dad he can spend that time with my daughters, my son, and experience the same memories that I have, as far as just picking them up from school or taking them to go get to McDonald's and go get that Happy Meal, and teaching them how to ride a bike, being there for Christmas, opening up gifts. All the great memories that I have, I just wish that my kids could get that. And then just since I've been an adult and me and my dad have been talking a lot, and just hear like when we talk, like he's just a better person. And I just want to build our relationship again. My father has, so much time, rehabilitation, education, self-improvement, numerous programs, educational, therapeutic, all this stuff demonstrating his commitment to becoming a better person. And I just, our family misses him deeply. I miss him deeply. And I believe that his release will not only benefit us, but also the community. So he's ready to read, and I just feel like he's ready to continue his journey to making a man. I just ask for your compassion and understanding and giving my dad a second chance.
Thank you. I appreciate you joining us. Is Mr. Beck able to get the technological issue straightened out?
I can speak on behalf of my dad, if that's okay.
That would be fine. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to speak on behalf of my dad. I'm Chelsea Beck. I'm Ahmad's sister, and I just want to say that
yes, can you hear me?
yeah, on behalf of my dad. Okay, I'll continue. Amarian Maloney, she's very correct. The memories that she has of her dad, they are amazing. Because Ahmad is a very he loves children. He always did. And he actually one of the main, and this is not any excuse, I just want to say the history of our family. He lost his son in a car accident before in 1999. And that was a devastating for our family. And he really got on drugs, and I don't know, like I don't remember that we understood the seriousness of how far he was along with drugs, you know, being and so that was a very dark part of his life, and for our family to lose that child, you know, in the way, it was a shock, it was a experience. And that was one of the things that was really was dark for him, and it was a trauma, and he used drugs to cope, and I feel so bad about that. I think about that all the time because I remember when we lost the baby, his son, I had just had a baby, and she was like 2 or 3 months, and I grieved. I couldn't even like be happy about my own child because I was just like, this is so sad, you know, to lose the baby that way. But I'm saying that to say that he did love his children. And the last time I remember seeing him, he was with his son that passed away. So our family is very much, we love children. We love to be together. We do love holidays, spending together, and just growing. And our grandfather, he was the patriarch of our family, and he made sure that we always were together for all the time. So we have a very close family, and and what I'm saying is that Ahmad has support. Like, he has a lot of love. He has accountability. Nobody is, we are so sorry for the loss of Chantal. And we are sorry for her. We know that we could never get her back, and that was a loss for us too. So and they had a son together, so we really, that was a big loss. So we don't
wrap it up
that lightly. We don't take it lightly, you know.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you'll, Mr. Beck, we have our 3 speakers in support. Your daughter spoke, so let's go ahead and hear from Linda Davis, who is the victim's mother.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad I'm given the opportunity to speak on behalf of my daughter. I always told my daughter if I ever had the chance to speak for her, I would. Time is supposed to heal all wounds and take away the pain. But in this case, I've been living with it every day. When Ahmad killed my daughter, which he just admitted to doing it. He was supposed to get life, but he accepted the 40 years, and he should do the 40 years. And in my opinion, the 40 years for taking my daughter is not enough time. He put a void in my family that will remain there forever. Then not only before he killed her, he stalked her. He aggravated my daughter's life. He would not leave Chantel alone. No matter where she went or what she did, he always showed up. He even tried to set her apartment on fire, which me and her children, which Ahmad was there, which is his son. He didn't mention Ahmad at all, but we do know that they share a son together, Ahmad Jr. He was there in the apartment. Her daughter was there, and I was too, and we almost all burned up. And we will continue mourning, forever mourn the losing of Chantel, because she was a light in our life that we missed. And he put that light out, and it will never be forgotten. And the damage he did to our life. He had the nerve to ride around with my daughter, my only daughter, in his car after he killed her. He pushed his son inside the house. He killed my daughter. Then when he burned my daughter up, he set my daughter on fire. She was only recognized by her teeth. And you think you should get out? 40 years. 40 years for what you done. You left a mother without a daughter. He left a brother without a sister. He left children without their mother. And his son right now is 23. And if Chantel was here, she would have 4 grandchildren, which she will never have a chance to see. Ahmad, you confessed to killing my daughter, so you have to pay for it. You have to suffer, because we all have consequences for everything that we do. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You have to speak to the board.
Okay, I'm trying to speak to the board. I'm sorry. I want the board to know, I'm so sorry. I want the board to know that at the time he confessed to killing my daughter, he was given 40 years. So on behalf of me and my family, we're gonna say that he accepts the responsibility for his actions by doing the 40 years. And that is all I have to say. We don't get holidays with her. We don't get birthdays with her. Her children have lost her. My daughter left here in a horrific way. There's nothing that we could do about it. But I'm asking board that he do the 40 years. And I do thank you for listening to me. And if I got sidetracked some, I deeply apologize for that. But I have a pain that will never, ever go away.
Davis, please don't think that I'm chiding you for, I understand your position. I'm just trying to keep the,
yes, ma'am. I'm just so sorry, but
you did fine, and I appreciate it.
All right. Okay.
Great. Mr. Beck.
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to be asking you some questions. Is it correct you took living imbalance in 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
And anger management in 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
And what have you taken since then in classes?
I've also taken, I have them right here. I have living anger management right here, living in balance. And also in 2010, I've took American Heart Association First Aid. I've took American Heart Association AED. I have two Pride certificates I took. I've got one in 2012, one in 2014. That's like prison rehabilitation through integrity, discipline, and education.
Okay, so let me just ask you, since 2014, have you had any programs that provide good time days? Like I don't see anything.
Yeah,
have you taken victim awareness? Just answer this. Have you taken victim awareness?
No, ma'am.
Have you taken any kind of trade or any certificates towards employment?
No, ma'am. But in those areas, by me having, when I was at DOC in Angola, and well, mainly DOC, I took auto mechanic when I was in Angola, but the teacher had quit So they had took us all out that class and gave us jobs. Then when I got the DCI, they kept putting me on a backlog list because they said by me having a 40-year sentence, they was taking the guys that have the 3, you know, the low child was always on backlog lists.
You became parole eligible in 2021. It is very, very unusual for me to see someone who has been parole eligible for 3 years not have a significant program. Have you had pre-release?
No, ma'am. Well, I was at Winfield, and then they shipped the whole prison to Parish jail. So I went to Red River Parish. I was there for 5 years, and I've learned. I was trustee there for 5 years, so I've took on trades like job skill trades.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but you didn't have any rehabilitative programming. Let me ask another question.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
lost 90 days of good time.
Yes.
When did that occur?
That happened in 2016.
And that was a 21E?
Yes, ma'am.
You have 4 of those. Okay. I'm just concerned about that rehabilitative programming. Sir, while right before this crime was committed, were you on a protective order? Did you violate a protective order when this crime was committed?
No, ma'am. I wasn't.
No, which you didn't have a protective order against you.
Oh, yeah. No, I had
to stay away from this victim.
No, I had a protected order on her at that time.
And why did you have a protective order against her?
Because at that time, me and her was going through a lot of things, and my sister at that time had felt it was best that I'll get a protected order on her, and that way I didn't have to go around her, or she didn't have to come around me.
But you still came around each other.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
If I'm reading your history, you have had 4 crimes of violence against a person. Not all of them may have been charged. You've been charged, but you may not have been convicted of any of those. But you have had 4 different arrests for crimes against a person.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure that all of that is on the record. What were you initially charged with in this particular crime?
In this particular crime, I was initially charged with 2nd-degree murder.
Do you mind calling the question?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to have you answered some asked some that I wanted to know. What happened? How did the fight begin?
She had came. It started. Okay. She had came by my house that morning, and I think that was like right after Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras was that Tuesday. I think she came by my house that Thursday, and she came and everything was cool. Well, I let her in. That was I had let her in, and so we was inside the room, and everything was all right. And then she just kind of exploded on me about who I was talking to out there on Mardi Gras, out there at the parades, Mardi Gras Day. And at that time, you know, I didn't want to hear it, so I was like, go ahead. And then she started she started getting a little louder verbally, so I was just ignoring her. She kept asking me who I was with, this and that, and I was explaining to her that, well, we're not together, so it doesn't matter who I was with, you know, like that. So she started getting a little more physically hitting on me. So I was like, go ahead, go ahead. So she started hitting me in my face. So when she started hitting me in my face, that's when I reacted and I hit her and we started fighting. So once we started fighting, we wind up wrestling and then we fell down to the floor. So when we fell down to the floor, she had bit me on my shoulder, on my left shoulder. She was biting me. I was on top of her and she was biting me on my left shoulder. So I was trying to get her from off me. So I grabbed her by her throat. And as I'm grabbing her by her throat, she grabbed my private area. And as she grabbed my private area, she was squeezing. So as she was squeezing, I was squeezing, and I didn't realize how hard I squeezed her. So I was squeezing her, and and then once I realized that she stopped squeezing me, it was too late. When I realized she had just stopped breathing, and I was like, "Come on, quit playing." All I remember is telling her, "Get up, come on, quit playing." And but see what y'all don't understand and y'all don't realize, this is just not no. Yes, I take full responsibility in my actions of what I did. And I also want the board to know that this is a person that, and you can ask my family, you can ask Miss Davis, I would have did anything, and I did any and everything. I did any and everything for her. So this is hard. This is hard for me too, because this is a person that I loved, when everybody was saying this, that. No, this is a person that I loved. So she had stopped breathing. And I mean, this is not like, this is a person that meant something to me. She still do mean something to me. This is a person that I loved. I still love her. This is a person that when even when I just want to clear for the record and tell the truth. So that's what I'm doing. I'm speaking from my heart, no matter what it's been times that Miss Davis had then told me that Chantel can't come over here. Can you take her back in? Can you take her back in? And I said, well, she's done this, she's done that. No. And I've took her in. I've taken because I love her. I loved her then. I loved her now. I took her in. Miss Davis asked me, could I take her back in? And I took her back in because I loved her, So I was never just nasty with Chantel or mistreated Chantel. I love Chantel. I took care of Chantel, And in my son, everybody will tell you, even Miss Davis, from the time of my junior was born to the time I come to jail, I took care of him. He was with me. I took care of him. The reason why he turned out the way he is because of me. The reason why everybody turned out the way because of me. And I just want a chance. A chance to make it right. That's all I do. I just want a chance to make it. Davis, you know me. You know me. You know me. You know my heart.
Okay, sir, you have to speak to us.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
The nature of some of these, this is the nature of some of these hearings, okay? And we understand that. Ms. Stapleton, you have some questions.
Yeah, I have a few questions. I wanted to ask you, you had an aggravated assault in 1996. Who was that involving?
In 1996, 1996.
Well, if that's too far back for you, how about 2003? Aggravated arson, violation of protective order, 2003.
That was well, that was for Miss Davis, Chantel Davis Carr.
Yeah. Is that when the murder occurred? Because
No, ma'am.
no, that was another time.
What that you said 2003?
Yeah, 2003. I have an arrest date of 2/20/2003, aggravated arson, 2 counts, violation of a protective order, and then a new protective order was issued. So if you violated it, it wasn't you against her, it was her against you. 2003. Doesn't ring a bell?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened? This goes to what Ms. Davis was saying, that Chantel said that she was being stopped and different things like that. Does any of that come back to you?
Yes, in that situation,
Hmm.
okay, so I had went by her house one day and
So it was a violation of the protective order. You went by our house, correct?
right, but at that
Set her car on fire? Did you set her car on fire?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you went by our house in violation of a protective order and you set her car on fire, and that was in 2003 before her death, correct?
Yes, ma'am. But that particular car at the time, that was really I set the car on fire because basically I had caught her with somebody. So what I did was, out of anger, I set the car on fire, but the car was really in my name.
It doesn't matter. Let me ask you this. You violated the protective order. Let me ask you this one. 8/14/2003, aggravated burglary and simple battery. What was that about? Did you break into her house?
Oh no, that wasn't her.
Who was that for aggravated burglary?
That was a friend of mine, somebody I knew. That was another person.
That was another person? You broke into the house? And then simple battery. And then we come up to 3/2/2004. That was the arrest date for the first-degree murder and simple arson.
Yes,
and that brings us to where we are today. How old was your baby at that time? Ahmad Jr. How old was that child?
He was 3.
He was 3 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
Old enough to remember a lot of this, wasn't he?
No, ma'am.
Well, I hope not, but a lot of kids do remember things that traumatize them. He doesn't speak of it though, so. And then I already heard what you said caused it. And then what you were talking about wanting to teach domestic violence. Well, like you said here in 2003, you were mad because she was with somebody else. She had a protective order out against you. And that's what goes wrong with this kind of thing. She had a protective order, you violated it. And then you set a car on fire. So that was all before her death, just months later. And we see that kind of pattern in domestic violence when women end up dead. I said pretty often, I've been trying to think, and over the years, the women that I buried that were victims of domestic violence, they either told the man they were leaving, which inflamed him, and he didn't want to hear that, or they had already left and they were trying to stay away. And then they were being stalked, and he would be mad if she was with another man. And they would make statements like, the only way you're going to leave me is in a pine box, and they meant it. And it's true. And strangulation, that's the #1 cause of death for domestic violence. Did you know that?
No, ma'am, I didn't know that. No,
sure is. So domestic violence, they have a booklet that you can contact, the Coalition on Domestic Violence, and there's a booklet that talks about the cycle of violence and all the things you mentioned. They're on that cycle. So it wouldn't be a bad thing for you to order that. And if you do want to talk to men about what they need not do, you would have that booklet and you can hand it out. Okay. And that wouldn't be a bad thing. That'd be a good thing for men to talk about that.
Right, because I do feel that I feel through my experience that,
Well, you're in good company. There's a lot of men, because Louisiana pretty much leads the nation in deaths due to domestic violence. And we stay between 1 and 5 since 2001. So you probably have a big audience on something like that. That's all my questions.
Mr. Beck, we've heard from you and your supporters and the victims. I think the panel is prepared to vote. I'm going to go ahead and start first. I believe that you need some more programming. I'm concerned about the lack of programming. Victim awareness and thinking for change are two that I am going to strongly suggest that you take prior to a request for a rehearing. Also, you have a history.
Can I write that? Excuse me.
Violence.
Can I write that down?
You'll get it. You'll get a statement.
Okay.
The fact that you violated protective orders and had a history of violence prior to this, and you haven't taken those things is why I'm voting to deny today. Mr. Tillis.
My vote is also to deny because of the nature of the crime. And I think he needs some more programming and not enough time served.
And Ms. Stapleton.
Yes, I vote to deny based upon the nature of the crime, not enough time served, victim opposition, and the AG's office is opposed also.
Sir, today your request for parole has been denied. Thank you.
Can I say something? Damn.
lights out over there? Is that what's going on? Like, you're on mute. Like the lights are out on that side. Okay, so the Louisiana Committee on Parole is going to be conducting our second hearing at CATAHOULA Correctional Center. On the panel today, Sarah, to my left is Mr. Phyllis, my right is Lieutenant Ledoux. Would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Renee Williams, DOC number 553136.
Mr. Williams, I find you're a second class offender. You're currently serving a 25-year sentence for habitual possession with the intent to distribute heroin. And you also had, you were revoked on a firearm charge. You had a parole eligibility date, 12/18/2018. This is a rehear for you. You have a good time date of January 22nd, 2037, and a full term date, September 19th, 2037. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to start out by asking you why you're currently incarcerated and what have you done that would help us to make a decision to grant that.
Yes, I have been incarcerated on a heroin charge, and I was a drug addict out there. And I confess that I made bad decisions in life as I was a younger person. My mother was killed, my father died on me, and I was just misleading myself, thinking that the drugs was going to rehabilitate me into coping with society, but I was wrong, and I confessed my wrong. I thought that the way I was doing drugs and moving was the best thing to cope with my pain and my grief for the people I lost, but I was wrong. And I have made great changes since I've been incarcerated over the last 12 and a half years. And I have started to confess to myself that I was the reason why I came to jail, and I'm not mad with anyone. And I have made changes by getting into self-help programs like Celebration of Recovery, Thanking for a Chance, Cage of Rage, Anger Management, Substance Abuse 1 and 2, Money Management, and now I am forming to start a nonprofit organization for adolescent children that when I re-enter society, they won't have to go through what I have been through. I have 13 nieces and nephews, so I'm steady educating myself, and if I have to continue to prove to the parole board and myself by going to other classes like celebration, excuse my language, by going to Steve Harley program and up on 6 to 9 months, work release 6 to 9 months, I will take both of them if it's okay with y'all, because it's not just all about going home. It's about proving to y'all and myself that I'm ready to enter society and I'm ready to do whatever it takes to do that. God has changed me tremendously. I'm just not this person that's just going to sit here, and tell y'all anything. I'm just being real that I've really made great changes. I'm not the person that I used to be. I'm not a violent person, but I did make bad decisions, and I'm owning up to that. And I just pray that y'all, being my leaders as law-abiding citizens, please take in consideration that I haven't had a write-up in over 7 years. I have maxed out on good time classes, and I'm willing to prove more if y'all willing to help me. If I can get recommended upon going into Steve Harley program 6 to 9 months and work release 6 to 9 months before I re-enter society, I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, I read your letter, very well written. The thing is, we're prohibited from doing both of those unless you can only do a certain amount before, within a certain time period. So, I think that I need to ask you about your lost good time. You lost 120 days of good time. What happened there?
That was when I was in Winfield. It was a while ago. I'm not gonna lie. It was something that I had did, and I didn't do what an officer asked me at the time, and I don't exactly remember what the class write up was, but it was a write up. It was years ago. It was over 5 years ago.
Okay,
I
but
don't.
you lost 120 days over one violation. I've never seen that.
That's how it was going back in 2016, 15. I don't actually remember. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't actually remember what the write up was, but I ever since I've been incarcerated, I haven't been doing any drugs, which my main things that I have come to jail and my flaws, I have challenged myself into getting into better stuff. I never went back to doing drugs.
Okay, so I do think you had 3 write-ups, not just one, and they were all in 2016. And you got one with a forfeiture of 60 days and 2 were forfeitures of 30 days each. So that's your 120 days. You're right. But there were
Yes,
3.
ma'am.
Okay, if you'll, at this point, there's no one in the office there. I'm gonna ask that Mr. Randall Myers, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish, would like to make a statement in opposition. So, Mr. Myers, you're up.
Good afternoon, Randall Myers, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. The concerns I have with Mr. Williams, I think what he's saying about needing Steve Hoyle is a good idea for him. But the record that I'm looking at doesn't have the programs listed that he was talking about, and that's one of the issues I had. And in 2019, when he was denied, the board wanted him to get his GED in substance abuse classes, and he didn't take any classes after the hearing. No substance abuse, no GED. Then he was granted a second hearing, which he had in 23, and he was denied for failure to complete rehabilitative programs. And I don't see any programs after that hearing as well. I don't know if the record that I'm looking at has been updated. It shows 2020 were the last hearing dates programs that he completed.
So
that concerns me that he's not taking the classes that he needs to take. He took Celebrate Recovery according to these programs I'm looking at, but that was in 2014. Well before the last both of those hearings where they wanted him to take additional programming. Bottom line, I think at some point he needs to be getting out, but he needs to have particularly the substance abuse programs to help him to combat that addiction that he has.
Yes, sir.
So without having those additional programs, I'd be opposed to his request.
Mr. Myers, that's why I addressed some of that programming. I don't see anything having been taken after 2020. Mr. Williams, could you tell me when and what you took after 2020?
I have been shifted to 2 different facilities since I have last time been up in front of the DA. And at that time, I was currently taking programs. I have took excuse me. I have took substance abuse phase 1 and phase 2. I was currently in 2-3 programs at the time of me going up for parole. But as he said, the parole board didn't notify him that I was in those programs. And I was in those programs at the time of taking this, rehabilitating myself. And I have the certificates right here to prove that. All of them.
So, Ms. Stapleton, you've been assigned this case. Go ahead and start.
Did you have further concerns, Mr. Myers, about this gentleman?
Oh, that's the biggest thing, I have a problem when the parole board, the committee makes a recommendation that someone take certain programs and then they don't do it. That, you know, that I have real concerns for granting that individual because he hadn't followed what you know the parole board's giving him. I'm sorry, the committee on parole is giving him a kind of a guidelines of what he needs to do to get out. And when he doesn't do those things, that, you know, that's not teaching him what he needs to do, in my opinion. And when I look at the record, you know, that I get from DOC, from the committee, from the Pardon and Parole Board, it doesn't show that he's completed those courses. So that's the issues that I have.
What courses is he asking to?
He has earned 435 days of good time credit for programming. I will say we don't control where an offender is housed, and some of those locations do not offer the whole spectrum of programming, and he's been at facilities that have not been as fully staffed for rehabilitative program others. So
yeah, I understand that, and I think that's you know, it's not something that he can deal with. You know, when they don't offer the programs, how can he take them? Right. But I, you know, I do. I mean, I think that Steve Hall program is a good program. Looking at his records and all the, you know, he's had a lot of drugs and he's admitted to having a lot of drug problems. And right. I've found that the Steve Hall program teaches them a lot and really focuses their attention on the addiction and how to deal with the addiction. And to me, that's an important thing for him to learn and understand. I don't want him to get out. I don't want him to get out and go back to it and come back in jail again. When he gets out, I want him to stay out.
Same goal we have, Mr. Myers, the same goal. I think Ms. Williams, your letter was very well written. It showed your heart for wanting to get some help, and I appreciated it a lot. Okay, I just want you to know that didn't go beyond me. Ms. Stapleton.
You know, and I'd say exactly what Ms. Ledoux says, that, you know, good time credits that you earned, the letter, and I listened to you just now talk about how bad you want to get these programs. I mean, you even mentioned Steve Hoyle. I wish that it was something that we had the power to say, okay, we're going to send you to Steve Hoyle. Because if that was the case, when somebody's as eager as you are to get, you know, to get behind addiction, we would. We can. Great.
I can do it. Oh, we can send them to long-term substance program.
I suggest we go into executive session before we vote.
I second.
Yes.
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 Now 12:38, and we're going to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing confidential information.
Yes, ma'am. You all right today, huh?
Right. The parole board is returned at 12:39. Roll call.
Here,
Yes. Here.
Yes.
Here.
Okay, Mr. Williams, I think the panel is prepared to vote. You're very self-aware of what you need. And there's no one on this side of the panel that is in any doubt that you need to have further substance abuse treatment. So I'm going to start voting today. My vote is to grant you conditioned upon completion of the DOC long-term substance abuse program.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tiller,
I concur.
Ms. Stapleton.
And I concur.
So we cannot specify Steve Hoyle. We will say a long-term substance abuse treatment program. If for any reason you have a problem while you're in that program and you're removed, you will come back before the panel. But our goal is for you to complete it and go home and never see us again. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you have been granted conditioned upon completion of the program.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all gonna recommend me to go there?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now 12:41, and we're going to adjourn at Concordia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the Louisiana Committee on Parole has reconvened. It's now 12:50. Our remote site is St. Mary's Parish Prison, and we're going to be hearing a revocation. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
My name is Tremell Robertson. My DOC number is 558626.
Hey, Mr. Robertson, the panel today is Mr. Tillis to my left, Ms. Stapleton to my right, and Ms. Ledoux. Do you have a revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. So we're going to go ahead and proceed. I'm going to read some allegations that you have been charged with, and then I need you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, violation number 4, the first one indicates that, and there's 2 4s, that you were arrested on July 2nd, 2024, charged with domestic abuse battery. However, on 10/3 of 2024, those charges were null crossed. And so the judge dropped that matter. But also on number 4, you failed to refrain from illegal use of drugs and alcohol because on July 2nd, 2024, when you were booked in the IBERIA Parish Prison or jail, you tested positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Okay. I don't even know. You failed to make payments towards your supervision fees and are currently $126 in arrears. How do you plead?
I plead not guilty, man. The stipulation of that situation was that they had me going to a parole office in Lafayette, and I wasn't staying in Lafayette. So by the time I got a parole officer in IBERIA, like almost 2 months already had been passed.
Okay. That's fine. Mr. Tillis would like to explore some areas with you.
Okay.
How you doing this afternoon?
How you doing, sir?
Good. What's with the drug problem? How long have you been on drugs?
I've never been on drugs like that, Your Honor. It must have got it in my pores or something like that by touching it.
So you don't do drugs?
Nah, I don't have a drug problem, never did. So I never went to jail for no drug problem or anything like that.
No, there's a difference in using drugs and having a drug problem. I'm saying, have you used drugs before?
Yes, I have used drugs before.
Okay. And the anger management deal, what's happening with your anger?
Anger management field?
Well, I mean, you've been in trouble for domestic abuse. What was happening there?
No, I've been acquitted of all those charges, sir. I've never been charged with any domestic violence charges from my knowledge. Never been charged with anything. I've been acquitted of all charges of anything dealing with domestic. But to answer your question, sir, I just get caught up with the wrong people. They're saying the wrong thing because some people actually lie on people and tell stories and things that's not really true.
Okay. Were you working when you were out?
Yes, sir. I do electrical work.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Ms. Davidson?
No, I don't have any questions. I follow along the same lines as Mr. Tillis just did about the domestic abuse battery. There were some charges that cropped up, and then yes, like you said, null cross, and then the drugs, and so I don't have any questions.
Okay. Are you saying to me, Mr. Robertson, that probation and parole and law enforcement fabricated the fact that you tested positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine?
No, man, I plead not guilty to the charge. I plead guilty to the drug screening, man.
Okay, so you were on drugs when you were arrested.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
okay.
I had it in my system.
Okay, now why would you have it in your system? Okay, you said you don't have a problem. The state of Louisiana thinks you have a problem because that's illegal. So, do you have a drug problem?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
I just got out of jail. I just done like a year and something already. I was only out for like maybe a month and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna vote no?
I don't think anybody else has any questions. You have another comment?
But I did test negative when I first went to take my drug screen. It was like recently before that, but to sum the answer up, man, I know I don't have a drug problem. And drug did not play a factor in my situation.
That was
Mr. Robertson, you say you don't have a drug problem, and I thought you did when you were testing positive, but if, and most people with problems or drug problems feel like they don't have a problem, and if they're using it, you know.
I totally understand.
Say again?
I said, I understand what you're saying, sir.
Yeah, you know, and so at this time, my vote's going to be to revoke.
Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Tillis for the same reasons.
I also vote to revoke you. For today, by unanimous decision, your parole has been revoked.
So I mean, I only had like a year left on it till October 20th of next year.
We don't do time calculations. Someone at the facility will give you another rap sheet. Okay, it's 12:57 and we're going to go ahead and complete our business there.
Can I ask one question, ma'am?
Oh, she got it on.
Huh?
She got it on.
Everything's fine. Sir, the Louisiana Committee on Parole is going to be hearing offenders at Caldwell Parish Center. Today's panel is Baton Rouge. Headquarters on my left is Mr. Phillips, to my right Ms. Stapleton and Ms. Ledoux. Sir, would you please introduce yourself and give us your DOC number?
Dwight Oden, 489864.
Hey, Mr. Odom, I'm going to read some information into the file, then we're going to be asking you some questions. Sir, I find that you are a third-class offender. You're currently serving a 20-year sentence for habitual attempted possession of cocaine. You had a parole eligibility date, September 15th, 2017. You have a good time date of 10/1/2032 and a full term date, November 15th, 2032. Does that sound correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, just standard question I want to ask is, why are you before the panel today? What crime did you commit that put you here today? And why should we consider early release?
I take full responsibility for my actions. I made mistakes in the past, but throughout my incarceration, I have grew. I took classes that helped me better myself as a man in the future. And it gave me pointer to see the mistakes that I made back then, that I had to grow up and become a man and stop making the same decision that I was once making.
We tiptoed around everything but what you actually did. So you've taken responsibility to what? What?
For selling drugs to the community, hurting the community. That was my problem. I hurt the community, the ones I love. I just made mistakes, and I'm sorry to the community that I made mistakes.
And why should we consider early release?
Through my self-help programs, I learned to take real responsibilities of my actions and don't be denial about me hurting other people and my actions doing.
Okay. At this time, you have 2 members of your family who are here. Wait, you also have a state transition specialist with you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You,
Transition specialist.
Okay, great, thank you. Kylie, do you have anything to add to what Mr. Oden has said?
Yes, ma'am. Based off of interactions that I've had with Mr. Oden and his program staff, he has been an active participant in all of the programs that he's taken while he's been here at Caldwell. He's only been here a year, but since he's been here, he actively pursued programs and employment, and he's been able to manage both. And we've talked at length about what his plans are whenever he goes home in terms of employment and his post-release needs. So I think he's on the right track.
The only thing I have that he's had is risk management. Can you illuminate his? He's
actually currently enrolled in money management at this time and high set.
So he's working towards high set and he's had risk management. Is that all? And money management.
Correct.
Okay. We have 2 members of your family in support, Teresa Odom, your mother, and LaTanya Ray, your sister, and we would like to give them the opportunity to speak at this time. I'll let your mother start in the appropriate place.
Can y'all hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Teresa Oden. Dwight Oden is my son. And I'm on here today to say, similar to what he said, he made mistakes in the past, but at the time he's been incarcerated, he has grown into a better man than he ever was since he's been incarcerated. How I know that from the conversations he and I talk about. Then he have 2 beautiful daughters out here that's waiting on him to come home. And I feel in my heart, and if y'all go feel in y'all heart to give him another chance at life again on the street, to be a productive civilian He also has a job waiting for him when he get home.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. I believe his sister would like to speak as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry, the mute button. Good morning, how y'all doing? Afternoon, I'm sorry. LaTanya Ray, Dwight Oden's oldest sister, and as my mom said, and as he said, pretty much everything in the same sum of what I was gonna say. I actually believe that he was out here young and wasn't thinking with the wrong crowd. And I believe that he's grown to a bigger and better man. And I'm the oldest of my mama 4 children. And I believe that when he get out, that he's gonna do the right thing. Also, his two daughters, he last seen them when they was 2 years old, and they're 13 and 14 now. And I just, we love him and we miss him, and we think that y'all give him another chance out here. Everybody deserves another chance, and I believe he's gonna do the right thing. And I appreciate y'all for y'all time.
Thank you for speaking on his behalf. So Mr. Oden, this is your third hearing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you lose 75 days of good time?
Contraband.
Pardon me?
Contraband.
Contraband, what year was that?
I think 16.
19?
I think it's 2016.
Okay, have you had another write-up in 2019, the 30B?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, Ms. Stapleton, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, sir. I know that you have a long-term conviction of 20 years for habitual possession of cocaine. I guess with the intent to distribute. Was that what you were talking about? Into your community?
Attempted possession.
Attempted possession?
Yes, ma'am.
Got 20 years for that?
Yes, ma'am.
When I was looking over your record, I did see cocaine kept popping up over the years, over a period of years. I go back to 2008 and driving while intoxicated, and then we move forward. Let me ask you about California in 2013. It said an attempted carjacking. You were in California in 2013?
Yes, ma'am. I was running from my office and dove on the back of a truck. They charged me with attempted carjacking. The laws are kind of different between Louisiana and California.
Yeah. Well, I was just seeing that in the summary, it said that you had several arrests. You had an armed robbery against your uncle.
An armed robbery against my uncle?
Sir?
Yes, ma'am. I was charged with armed robbery against my uncle.
Okay, so you have that. And then you have been revoked, it said an overwhelming number of times. So quite a few times you've been revoked, and I was looking at that. And a lot of it, is possession of cocaine. It's over and over again. And then the last time it was crack cocaine. You were at North Oaks Medical Center, am I correct? There was a situation there?
Yes, ma'am.
Medical Center. And said that a patient that had a gun in his pocket. Did you have a gun, or was that, okay, it wasn't true. Okay, maybe they saw the bottle. Because when they searched you, the bottle of crack cocaine dropped out. Is that what that was all about?
No, ma'am. They found the cocaine by the car. I wasn't by the car. That's why they charged me with attempt to possess.
Then he began reaching into his pockets and waistband, dropped an orange pill bottle as he did so. The bottle contained crack cocaine. And he was booked by giving the officers a false name. That was in the arrest report. None of that's familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am. That was in the arrest report.
Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Mr. Tim?
How long have you served?
12 years.
You've been in 12 years?
I got multiple classes. You know, I've been working. I've been finding self classes to better myself. You know, the person I was, I am not who I am today. I know I have made a lot of horrible choices, but I have a plan. You know, I got a job waiting on me. My mom's sick, my stepdad's sick. You know, I want to help them. You know, my kids waiting on me if I'm given the opportunity, you know, to go back into society, you know, to show that I'm a better man than I was back then.
What kind of job do you have lined up?
Sir?
What kind of job? You say you have a job back when you get out.
Yes, sir. My dad is head of a plant. Ellis Corey, he is head of a plant. He do the hiring. And he told me, give you his number. You can call him on hand. He'll verify I got a job already set up and waiting on me.
So were you selling drugs or you were using drugs?
I was selling drugs.
Did you use them?
No, sir.
You never used drugs?
No, sir.
I have no questions.
You know, I forgot to ask you, speaking of drugs, did you take any drug classes?
I took, at Dixie Correctional Tuition, I took Drug Dealers Anonymous.
Drug Dealers Anonymous, but you didn't take anything for drug usage? Anything
Yes,
like that? You did?
Yes,
What did you take for drug use to prevent you from using drugs? I'm seeing, like you said, a long list of things, and I see anything for drugs. But that's kind of like a club, isn't it? Drug Dealers Anonymous?
Yes, ma'am. That's like I took risk management.
Risk management.
Yes, ma'am, to help you identify your triggers, a meaning of what to stay away from and what not to, like what triggers you. Like if I know going around the same people, doing the same thing that I used to do would trigger me. So it helps you identify the different triggers of what to stay away from and what to look for to how identify different triggers.
I don't have any further questions.
I would like to note that you have had 17 write-ups, and the last one was in 2019 for 30G. You've had 4 arrests for violence. Many of those were not, didn't receive charges for those, but you have been arrested on 3 different occasions for sexual battery. If the panel is prepared to vote.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Ms. Beckton.
Mr. Odom, I'm going to deny you today based upon your criminal history. I do think you need the programs for drug abuse. I think you need that. And we have the law enforcement, the DA's opposition. So for those reasons.
Mr. Tiller.
I concur.
My vote is also to deny. You know, you're talking a lot about programs, but I don't see some of the significant programs that I would like to see for an offender that's been down this long. So today you have been denied, sir. Thank you.
Right.
Leave.
Good afternoon. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is hearing offenders today at Parish. The time is 1:27. On panel today, on my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. To my right, Carolyn Stapleton. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Sir, would you please introduce yourself and give us your DSC number?
I'm ANTWON FULLER. My DLC number is 772423.
Okay. Mr. Fuller, I'm going to read some information from the file, and then we're going to have a conversation. Sir, you are a first felony offender serving a 4-year sentence for indecent behavior with a juvenile. You have a parole eligibility date of June 7th, 2025. You're not eligible for good time, and you have a full term date of 6/8/2026. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fuller, we'd like to ask all of our offenders why they are before us today and tell us why we should make a decision for early parole.
I'm before you for a decent behavior as a juvenile. I committed a crime. I feel like I have damaged the victim, and not only the victim parents. I would not have imagined how much pain this would have inflicted on me, and if the same were to happen to my kids. That's why I enrolled in the sex offender treatment program to keep from reoffending in the future. If you guys grant me parole today, I will invest in my life, my family, and future. I'll do everything to invest in more positive and productive life. A jail will never see me again. I do not see me living my life this way because this is not living. I'm very remorseful of my action, and I will commit to living a better future.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you a question. You were arrested in 2020 and you were out on bail, but in 2021, you had an offense, or you were arrested for illegal use of weapons and charged with 4 counts of aggravated assault. Was that dismissed because you had sentencing pending?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you did get arrested for those, and they were
dismissed.
They just dismissed it. Okay. At this time, why don't you for questions by Mr. Tillis?
Good afternoon, Mr. Fuller. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good, good. How far did you go in school?
I went to 11th grade.
11th. What type of work were you doing when you were out?
I was working at Performance Food. It's a food service, a warehouse.
A warehouse. How many classes you've taken since you've been incarcerated, or have you taken any?
I took Steve Hoyle. I took the substance abuse, anger management, thinking for a change, the sex offender treatment, living in balance. And I also have had compound jobs at 2 facilities.
Okay, that's good. That's good. How many write-ups have you had?
I've had 1. I received a disciplinary value Dorchy, but I don't think it's a high court disciplinary.
See, I have no more questions.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Stapleton?
Have you taken any programs other than, how far have you gotten in the sex offender treatment program? Have you had any programs?
I got to phase 4 and I graduated.
You've graduated phase 4? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And any other programs that you've had?
No, ma'am. I've
Steve Hoyle. Okay. All right. Well, you said you've had Thinking for Change and
yes, ma'am.
Well, okay. Well, that's about as good as it gets. Let's see here. So you were 24 years old and the victim was 10. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all were related?
Yes, ma'am. My cousin.
Okay. I'm just going to say the district attorney's office is not here, but they did issue a statement. And They said that they were opposed to the parole release of Antoine Fuller based upon the nature of the crime, the youth of the victim, and the use of threats and force against the victim. Fuller's actions were reprehensible, and he has already received a significant benefit by having other pending felony charges, which were just mentioned, notably also alleging the use of threats and violence dismissed at the time of his plea. This continued pattern of violence demonstrates he is a danger to the community, and our office believes he is highly likely to reoffend if released. We oppose. So that was the DA's office. That's all I have.
Mr. Tillis, are you prepared to?
Yes. Because of the nature of the crime, and I agree with the DA, and I don't think you've served enough time, but I'm really glad that you're taking these classes to better yourself. So my vote today is deny.
My vote today is deny, I agree with the DA, and Mr. Tillis, I concur.
I'm very, very impressed that an offender with a 4-year sentence has been able to take the classes that you've taken. You have as good a chance of going out and doing better than anybody that I've seen today, okay? You need a unanimous decision. My vote is also to deny. One thing that I would encourage you to do is learn how to talk a little better to people. I read the text messages, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your parole has been denied. Thank you. We're going to start our business at 1:34.
Good morning. How you doing, ma'am? Huh? I ain't got no key. Good morning. This one. You can't hear on your chat. You can't hear it. No. Hello? Put the camera on, Cap. Huh? Hold on. Can you hear me? Hello?
All right. Sir, you're before the Louisiana Committee on Parole. We're conducting our hearings from headquarters in Baton Rouge. Are you in the dark? Okay. We're conducting our hearings at headquarters in Baton Rouge. On my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Stapleton. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Sir, would you please state your name and your DSC number for the record? You need to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Now we can. Can you state your name and your DSC number, please?
Okay, which one you want, ma'am?
Oh, I need Tyrone McFarland.
Tyrone McFarland, right here.
Okay. Okay, that's better. Okay. So would you state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Tyrone McFarland, 580314.
Okay. McFarland, you're before this committee for three here. You are a first felony offender serving a 22-year sentence for indecent behavior with a juvenile. You have parole eligibility date that was August 17th, 2021. You're not eligible for good time, and your full term date 8/17/2032. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's pretty standard. We ask, would you explain to this panel why you're before us today? Talk about your crime a little bit, and then why should we offer you early parole?
Yes, ma'am. Well, in 2010, I had caught a charge of indecent behavior with a juvenile. It was a little age misunderstanding in the age or whatever, but I could have been a little better. I really misunderstood the situation and her age, and I really took her too fast, and it was,
okay. What have you done to prepare yourself for re-entry into society?
I completed a lot of self-help programs. I recently got my GED. I completed the AANA program, the Victim Awareness program. I completed anger management, risk management phase 1 through 4.
That's sex offender treatment, 1 through 4, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Phase 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And living in balance?
Yes, ma'am.
So even though you're not earning good time, you have availed yourself to a lot of programming.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have several members of your family here in support of you. And at this time, we're going to speak. Well, Renee McFarland's going to speak. You also have Tyrese McFarland, your brother, not speaking. Ari Taylor, your girlfriend, not speaking. And Ebony McFarland, your sister, not speaking. So Brittany, if you will address the panel and let us know what you want us to know.
Hello, yes, ma'am. Good morning. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my brother Tyrone McFarland. I want to start by acknowledging the seriousness of his past actions and the impact they may have had. He has taken full responsibility for his mistakes and have spent his time in custody working to better himself. During his incarceration, Tyrone has completed tons of educational programs, such as like obtaining his GED, living balance, reading and writing improvement, computer literacy, victim awareness, and required sex offender treatment programs, demonstrating his commitment to personal growth and change. He has maintained good behavior overall throughout his 14 years of incarceration and has been a positive influence of those around him. As his family, we have witnessed his transformation firsthand. He have 8 sisters and brothers, nieces and nephews that haven't seen him. He's missing out on, our life, our mom life. My mom miss him dearly. We are fully prepared to provide him with a stable and supportive environment upon his release. He has plans to further his education upon his release. He has already mapped out employment plans to stay afloat, which will help him integrate, into the society successfully. So we believe Tyrone has learned from his past and is ready to contribute positively to the community. We humbly ask for your consideration in granting him parole. And if it is granted, like I said, we will be welcoming him with open arms. We will work with him on anything he need help with. Like I said, he have learned from his past mistakes. He was young-minded. He was about 17, 18. So, and again, with the age discretion, people can feel about the age, which can be a misunderstanding, but he has learned, and he has, with those programs that he has taken full accountability of his actions, and he's planning, or he's already became a better person than what he was. So if you all will grant opportunity of giving him a second chance to be free to redeem himself, we will be more than glad to, welcome him home. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. I understand Ari Taylor to speak.
Hello, can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, Brittany really mostly said everything. I'm just kind of nervous. And Tyrone, just watching him on here, he is very nervous. Because it is his second attempt at going up for parole, but he did get denied his first hearing, and we did, like, immediately we took every step, every way possible, trying to get him his programs that he needed in his rehabilitation. I can't even name all the programs, but he have completed his sex offender treatment, his living in balance, AAA, NA, anger management. His reading and writing has improved. I'm so proud of him regardless of today. It's just, he's just I feel like he's done all that he possibly can do within his 14 years that's given to him. I know he still has time out on parole with his 22-year sentence, but I trust him. You know, I wouldn't have nobody around me that I wouldn't trust. I don't have any children, so you know, it's not an issue with him in our residence. But I feel like he has rehabilitated himself, and that's it.
Okay. Very well said. So, Mr. McFarland, what, being out, there's lots of requirements that you have to meet. Where are you going to live? Do you have a residence plan that can be approved?
Yes, ma'am. My girlfriend Ariana, she told her landlord about a little about my crime and let them read the police report and stuff like that. And they was like, well, if I get approved, it'll be all right. They'll approve me staying there. The landlord said they'll approve me staying there and stuff like that.
The landlord's not the person who has the final say. It has to meet all sex offender requirements. Do you know if that location would meet those requirements?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We man, Ariana, we Googled it and looked at everything and everything seemed put in place.
Okay. My colleagues have any questions to ask?
Yeah. How were you at the time of the crime?
You can repeat it, sir. I couldn't hear you.
How old were you at the time of the crime?
18 years old.
You're 18, and the
Yes,
victim was how old?
12.
Okay, I'm
Ms. Beckton.
I'm sure you said you've taken victims awareness and then the sex offense courses and everything. And you know the victim's life was forever changed with this particular incident in her life.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about it. I'm so sorry. I know I can't take it back, and I truly wish I can. I'm truly sorry about it. I wish it that wouldn't have happened, and I'm just sorry about it. Promise nothing like that never happen again.
Okay. And you've done, like everybody said, the other good things you did. I don't have anything else to say.
I'd like to call an executive session.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Carroll.
Second.
Gary Ledoux,
Yes.
Chucky Kelly,
Yes.
Karen Bates.
Yes.
We're going to go in executive session to discuss confidential matters. The time's 1:52.
they were charged with rape.
The time is now 1:56. Roll call for reconvening. Here.
Here.
Here. Okay. Oh, good. You're standing on your head for a few minutes. Mr. McFarland, the panel is prepared to vote. I'm going to vote first. I want you to know that you are very prepared. You have prepared yourself well for reentry. Programs are great. Let me ask you, when did you have your last write-up?
My last DLC write-up was 2015.
Okay, that's what I have.
It avoids Paris correction or something.
That's what I have as well. Sir, you realize that in your plea agreement, the consequences of your sentence without that plea agreement, was that explained to you, aggravated rape, what that charge carries in terms of your sentence?
What I always thought it was just a lesser charge or something. Like never too much understand the charges and nothing like that.
Let me just tell you this. The charge of aggravated rape, which is what they charged you with initially, can carry up to life. Okay. I'm going to deny you today, but let me tell you something. I am going to write in the file, and we see all of the previous files, that should I be on the panel when you came up again, I would probably vote differently. But today I'm going to deny you. And I think that you're on the right track. I do have concerns about the length of the time served, okay? And that's my reason for denying today. Mr. Tillett.
I congratulate you on trying to prepare yourself to enter out. And I hope you continue taking classes that will help you. My vote today is to grant. And if I grant, it would be with conditions.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stapleton?
I agree that you've been taking classes and you've been doing your best to prepare yourself. And I'd like to continue to do that. You were 18 years old when this happened, but the little girl was 12.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it was aggravated rape because it was forced upon her. And her life is forever changed with that. So you have all local law enforcement is in opposition. And you had a reduced sentence from a life down to the plea bargain of indecent behavior with a juvenile. So I hope your victim is doing well, and I hope you continue to hold your head up and continue your classes. And I applaud the support of the family. Today I'm going to vote.
Third, request for parole and denied, but we wish you well. Thank you.
That's crazy.
Good afternoon. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. The time is now 2:08. We're hearing an offender at Madison Parish Jail. Serving on the panel today on my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Ms. Stapleton and Ms. Ledoux. The offender prepared. No, anybody at Madison? afternoon. This is the Louisiana on Parole, and we are impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. Serving on the panel today to my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Ms. Stapleton. My name is Ms. Ledoux. The time is now 2:24, and our panel is hearing an offender at Madison Parish Jail. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
John Wesley, 110980.
Okay, Mr. Wesley, I'm going to read some information from your file, and then we'll be asking you some questions, okay? Sir, we find you're a fourth-class offender serving a 40-year sentence for manslaughter. This is a rehear for you. You had a full eligibility date, January 10th, 2023, adjusted good time date of 4/2/2037, and a full term date of 1/9/2043. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you need me to say something again, make sure you understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Mr. Wesley, before we begin questioning, we want to give you an opportunity to tell this panel why you're before us today, what brought you to jail, and what have you done to prepare yourself and why we should give you early release.
Well, I've been gone like about 23 years, and I'm sorry for what I did, and I wish I can take it back and stop taking the law into my own hand. That'll never happen no more in life at the age of 61. I done learned my lesson. And I took up in some classes. I got Cajun Rage, Living in Balance, 12 Steps, Victim Awareness. And my other paperwork, I got certificate for prison enterprise where I was working at the garment factory. And I get the parole, I go a whole lot of route. I want to go drive trucks when I go home.
Hey, Mr. Wesley, I need to ask a question. I see you've lost 195 days of good time. How did that happen?
Well, that was on a theft charge back in when I was locked up in Winfield. I had lost that deal. 100 and some days.
Okay. Did you commit a battery while you were incarcerated?
No, man, not that I know of.
Well, I think you would be aware of it if you had.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there was a charge after you were sentenced that you pled guilty to a battery. I just didn't know about that. When was your last write-up?
About 5 years ago, somewhere up in there. About 5 or 6 years ago.
That was 2019 for Mojo, right?
Yeah, dirty urine, at Union Parish.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to ask those questions. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis.
Okay, thank you. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing good, sir.
So you've been, what about the classes? What did they impact you the most about the classes?
At Winfield Correctional Center.
Okay, I'm saying, which one did you like the best?
Oh, I liked it all of them. Really, to better myself, I liked it all of them.
Okay. I read your file twice, and I'm not going to ask you some questions. I think you kind of answered them, but there was one, I am going to ask one. There was one that, what happened with the stabbing? What happened?
On which one? On what status on what?
The stabbing.
The stabbing?
Yes. What happened? I mean, I just didn't understand, because some money was lost or something?
Oh, all right, look. Yeah, no, what it was. The guy stole my money, and I had asked him to give me my money back, and we started fighting. And I just took my money back and then went to my house. And then he told me, he came to my house and we started fighting again. And then he told me he was going to be back to kill me. I said, well, you were just going to have to kill me. But it was, I'm sorry, it went the other way though. But I was just defending myself on a stabbing. protecting myself.
I see. I understand. All right. Thank you so much. I have no more questions.
Right. Ms. Stapleton. Hello, sir. What programs have you had since 2022?
Let me see. They had a program here, but I was in a program here, but they had shut it down on account of the COVID. Celebrate Recover, and I was in that, but they had it down on the COVID, and then didn't have no more classes still. But I'm sure I could take some more classes.
Have they started classes back up since 2022? Because COVID kind of ended in 2022 and we kind of graduated. They're not having classes?
They don't have no classes.
Because I noticed for your last hearing, that was the comment from all of the board members that saw you needs more programs 2022. Is there someone in there that say if there's going to be, or are you in there by yourself?
No, I got a sergeant up in here. The sergeant, I got the sergeant.
Are they going to have some more classes for the inmates there?
Not at this point, ma'am.
So there's not the opportunity for him to take any classes. We were wondering about that. Okay.
No, not this time.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. I don't have any more questions. You've got law enforcement opposition, which you did last time. That has not changed. District attorney, sheriff, and the chief of police. So other than, I have no questions. Mr. Tillis covered that.
Yes, I am. At this time, I think if you get some more classes, and I'm sure, I hope they come available soon, I'm going to have to vote to deny because of the crime, someone was killed, and the opposition of law enforcement. But I really think you ought to continue doing what you're doing. Take classes, try to get ahead and prepare yourself. Thank you.
When I come back, I'll come back in another year.
So you'll have to get that information from someone there at the facility or write in for that information. Ms. Stapleton is voting.
And I concur with Mr. Tillis with what he said.
Mr. Wesley, I am going to make note of this on the record that the parole panel today would see you move to a facility. We don't have control over that, but we would love to see you move to a facility that offers Cooking for Change and some other programming. Today, unanimous vote to deny. Your request has been denied. The time is now 2:33, and we're going to conclude our business and sign out for the day. Thank you.